Yeah. Huh? Yeah, because Ordinal's got computers in the audience. He's doing some good shit. He's from Toronto. With the Filipinos along Bathurst Street. You know that part? Hmm. You have to say with the hey, what's going on?
Much. Just like that.
Yeah. I've just been admiring you work from afar. Congratulations on your success.
Thank you. There's not been. I wouldn't really call it success. It's just starting off right now.
It seems like pioneering work to me, which is success in and of itself in a way.
For sure. Hopefully, people we're not really like mainstream crypto, so hopefully people notice it and they take
You, you,
advantage of it.
you I feel like a lot of people have a blinder on when it comes to ordinals.
Wait, pardon? I didn't even get the last part.
No, I feel like a lot of people have their blinders on when it comes to ordinals. Like when you ask them about it, and they have like traditional NFTs, it's kind of like saying like a swear word in class. Like, how dare you talk about that here? Don't you know? Don't you know we've been building on OpenSea for 3 years? How dare you?
Yeah.
Talking about you're talking about ordinals in front of my children? What?
Wait, are you're not the creator of Ordinals, are you?
No. That's Rod Odmore, I think that's his name.
Ordinals is a friend from Toronto who's doing some pretty interesting work. I want to ask you about what you did with the private keys recently. That looks pretty interesting.
Yeah, so basically, we got in contact with Ordinal's Reserve, and they created like the first verifiable artifact collection. And the way they did it, like it's just like a JSON file, and the image is encoded in the file with like all the proofs of the issuer, the collection ID, and then one final proof for the whole JSON file. And basically, the way Ordinal's Reserve did it was they used like the traditional DID, which is like a little bit. I get like it doesn't use Bitcoin. It just uses like its own protocol or standard. So what we did was we built on that. So we found some like we found like a GitHub resource where someone was experimenting with Bitcoin and DIDs, decentralized identifiers, and then like our my dev that I work with, who was like my partner on this, he's like really good Bitcoin he's like really good with Bitcoin UTXOs and like private keys and stuff, and like he's always thinking about ways to use private keys offline for like different use cases outside of like money, right? So he realized that hey, we can actually use xpubs like a mnemonic with the xpub associated with it, and then we can identify each artifact in the collection with the address in the xpub, because the way the xpub I think it's, I don't know what BIP it is, but it's like the way it works is like it's 0/0/0. So that's how you identify the first address in the xpub, and then the second address is 0/0/1, and then 0/0/2, and then this keeps going forever. So each public address actually becomes the
Sorry, Ordinals, can you? I hate to do this because
yeah.
Casey's here. Can you start the explanation again and give a little backstory? Imagine we're not as smart as everyone else from Toronto. Hey, Casey.
Good
Morning.
morning. What's up, Ordinals? How you doing, man?
Yo, Ordinals is fucking beating people up out here.
Dude, I've
Sorry,
been watching
Ordinals,
it,
but you
man. I've
can't.
been watching it. It's good stuff. Where are you at,
Thank you.
Ordinals? What are you guys talking about?
We were just talking about Bitcoin DIDs, which is like Bitcoin decentralized identifiers. So basically, that's what we created for as like a verifiable collection standard. What it does is that it uses a mnemonic and a XPub associated to that mnemonic to generate proofs of artifacts for a collection, and then basically the XPub becomes the collection ID. So anyone can basically view the XPub, and then let's say the way XPubs work are, I don't know what BIP it is, but it's like the way the addresses are organized are in order. So like 0/0/0 is address 1, and then 0/0/1 is address 2, and then 0/0/ it just keeps going in sequence.
So,
So
and this is all how to identify a singular Satoshi, correct?
yeah, well, yeah, this is how to proof this is proof for the art on a single Satoshi. Yes. So if you look at maybe we can share that part.
I'll let you as co-host to make it easier. But you mentioned something with the private keys and the JSON to figure out the JPEG file. Can you say more about that?
Okay, so over here,
There are more inscriptions of JSON than there are images. I noticed. That's why I'm noticing, because this seems like it's the future of inscribing meaningful, expressive things.
yes, so that's why like right now we tried to get it like wallets and exchanges don't support, like basically like creators are innovating faster than wallets and exchanges can keep up and render their creations. So like there's like this dilemma right now where like if like for example OrSwap was like, oh, we're not going to support the standard for now, like the JSON like pics and stuff, like the encoded pics. So if you go on OrSwap, it's just a black square, you know. So but I'm like trying to get them to support this stuff because this is the future, right? But yeah, the way so this method of like creating certs for data can be applied to everything. So it doesn't have to be just JPEGs. Like you could prove you created whatever you want to proof that you created. And it doesn't only have to be like inscription data. It can be data in like other places too. Like it doesn't have to be Bitcoin related data. You're just using a Bitcoin private key to basically prove that, hey, I'm the creator of this collection. You get it? So, and then the way like the way it can technically work is, so one of the things that we wanted to do with our next collection is we don't want it to be capped. We want anyone to be able to add to it. So like there's like a standard template, and then you choose a background, a message, and like your art or whatever, and then your the basically the xpub like basically, so if there's 200 pieces, then xpub 00/199 would be the 200, or sorry, yeah, xpub the 0/0/200 would be the 201st artifact. So then you basically the address, the 201st address on that xpub is where the collection will just continue, and then anyone can basically start building off from that 201st address, put that associate the address with their artifact, keep the same collection ID, and then boom, the collection keeps going forever because you can have 100 million addresses on an xpub, like public keys. Right.
And it doesn't have to be an image. It could be a database with updated files or whatnot.
Exactly. It could be any file type. Yeah. And then we're gonna release the script for this, so you'll be able to like. It takes 5 minutes to run the script. So once you have it on you unzip it, you run npm install, and then you unzip it. You go to the index.js. You change where the mnemonic is. So you just search for mnemonic, put in your private key, and then after that you just you put all of the files that you need certified by your Bitcoin private key in the items folder, and then you run npm install node index, and then it creates all the certs for you in 5 minutes. So like it took me like maybe after I got the app running or the script running, like it maybe took me like 30 seconds to generate like 200 certificates, right? And now all these certificates are proofs of each artifact in the collection, and all I got to do is I have the private key for the xpub, so I can always sign with that private key to prove that I'm the creator of that collection, because the collection ID is the xpub. Hello?
Yeah, no, I'm just digesting, brother. This is so
If you look at the certs themselves, like in the image, so you'll be able to see like there's a collection ID, which is the xpub, and then there's a file SHA-256, which I would assume is like the file hash, and then there's a file SHA-256 signature hex, and then there's an item address, right? So the item address is where is like That's the collection, like that's like basically the artifact ID, the address on the xpub, and then the item position. So then the item position is, so like if you see in the picture, there's 0000196 and then 0000197 0000198. So as long as you know this position, you can go verify like, yo, where the artifact's proof is on the xpub. And this is how like people use xpubs for payments to different addresses, so they don't like they don't get the a payment on the same address, so for their privacy, right? Yeah, so this method can be used to certify any type of data. It doesn't have to be JPEGs. We just decided to go with JPEGs right now because like we were dropping a collection and we
I gotta
needed.
ask a really dumb question, man. So they can verify any data that's on chain. This isn't
No,
for off
no,
chain, is
no.
it?
No. This none of this data that I created search for is on chain. Now, after I created that data, we're gonna create a schema where the certs are gonna be input into the JSON file with the art, and then that's gonna be inscribed. Do you get it? So like when you go into the art content through a explorer, you'll be able to see the proof of the art in the art itself, in the inscription itself. So on front facing, all you'll see is the art render, right, from the encoding, and then when you actually go inspect, you'll be able to see the proof of the art, which is created from the Bitcoin private key.
Okay, this is perfect. Casey, can you explain to Ninja what ordinals just said?
I just got in. First of all, what's up, everybody? How is everybody doing, bro? The minute I saw the in the DMs, like you shot me the link to the space, I'm like, all right, I need to get in here. And then I saw ordinals.computer. I'm like, all right, there's something definitely happening right now.
Yeah, Professor Ordinals is giving us a lecture introducing the new Bachelors of Ordinal Engineering.
Here, I gotta
Professor,
say-
hit you with a follow, and
Dude, Ninja,
Yeah.
get into his Discord.
okay, all right.
I've never seen more knowledge share live than how this guy is operating, man. Ordinals, dude, you really like you put everything you're doing into your Discord and tweet it out immediately. You share everything you do every step of the way.
Bro,
Yeah,
I don't know.
because like
I'm sorry.
because like because Bitcoin is open. Like just like the way Satoshi worked was he shared everything the moment he created it, and like he made everything open for everybody, and he created a $500 billion protocol. So if we just like if I just like I could easily like be like, oh, I want to hide everything and guard secrets and try to take a lead on people, but like to me, like I don't really think that'll create the most value for anybody. So I'm gonna make the script available for everyone, so everyone can start creating certs for whatever piece of data they want.
You gotta understand, he's from Toronto, so we're a bit more socialist. Right?
No, bro, I hate, I don't like, I don't, I don't. Yeah, like in terms of like my in terms of like business, I'm a hyper capitalist. That's why like I'm into Bitcoin because
How dare you?
yeah, Bitcoin is like you're responsible for yourself. You're a sovereign individual, right? So that's like the ultimate responsibility. You have to manage your own risk. You have to basically do everything yourself,
So
yeah.
I gotta say, Ordinals, I'm noticing a difference between, say, you, OrdSwap, and the other markets. So, like, when you went in and tried to talk to them about, hey, there are unique Satoshis and ways to identify those unique Satoshis, and you can have like one Satoshi be worth fucking 10 Bitcoin.
Yeah.
They didn't understand it. They weren't feeling it. They didn't get it. And I'm like, it was so when I see you building more so than marketing or selling is I think one of the bigger differences I've noticed.
Yeah, because one of the things I learned over the years is like the first exchanges, they're not really built to last. So like if you just look at the history of crypto, like there's like the exchange turnover is crazy, like from the start.
Did you see post Capone and OrdSwap?
Yeah, like they're always going bickering back and forth about trustless and non-trustless and all that stuff. And post Capone does have points. Browser-based wallets are way less secure. but there's like a trade-off between there's always a trade-off between risk and like risk is a spectrum, right? Like, so if you are using a browser-based wallet on a secure laptop and you're not dumb enough to click on phishing or stupid links and all that, you can for reasonable, like, you can reasonably say that, hey, if I'm on a safe device, I can use a browser wallet with a small amount of money, right? And then I can move the inscriptions out. So
It's
I
risk and convenience.
it's
Yeah.
a yeah, it's a convenience, like a risk, like the way crypto works is convenience will introduce more risk, right? So the more convenient you try to make it for normies, the more risk you'll essentially bring into
That's a great way
whatever.
of saying it.
Yeah, yeah, because like the least riskiest way is the most technical way, running your own full node, running your own Ord wallet, and doing all those things, and then
Yeah.
right?
The least
Yeah,
riskiest way is to be an engineer and do it yourself.
yeah, and then but for normies, they don't have the, like, people don't have the time to wait friggin' 3 days for a full node to sync. If it crashes, if the chain state gets screwed up, they didn't back it up, now they gotta do it again. Like, all these little technical problems, like, these challenges are too hard for normal people. So when you do make products for normal people, you're gonna introduce risk, because that's just how crypto works. Like, the easier you try to make it, the more risk you'll introduce, right? So even like now I see like a lot of browser-based wallets for Bitcoin, and then yeah, it's a cool product, but a lot of people are not gonna get phished, and now their Bitcoins are gonna get stolen along with their ETH, right? So it's a trade-off. Like, yeah, you made it easier, but at the end of the day, you introduce more risk too, even if you're a browser extension, right?
Makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah,
So I'm Ordinals. I want to take this opportunity as an educational opportunity, if I can.
sure.
I want to try to describe to you so that I can cross-check my knowledge, because I know I got gaps. So I'm gonna tell you what ordinals are.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm
All right.
ready to
Cool.
hear this one, bro.
Dude, me too.
Ninja, you're the shit.
All right. So the BTC NFT craze and the ordinals are actually two different things. Bitcoin NFTs have been around for a while. Satoshi's first to inscribe, and then you have Namecoin and Colorcoin, and mostly except for Satoshi, what they were doing, Namecoin, Colorcoin, is including basically a hyperlinked text on one of the fields that's used on the Satoshi transaction. And all the data is off chain. And then we have three components that enter the field. We have the ordinal theory, which describes that the first Satoshi in the transaction is unique. We have Taproot, and we have SegWit. And Taproot and SegWit allow you to input code into the field of information for the Satoshi transaction that initiates software and captures it all on chain, being the big difference. And now it's a race to see who can squeeze as much into a single node of 4 megabytes as possible, utilizing compression and a bunch of techniques to try and squeeze more into the node block. And there's issues with the pricing on it, because the more data you have, the more expensive it is to push the transaction through, because the miners are going to charge more, which personally I think they should. How am I doing so far?
So far you've done pretty well. I like, after you're done talking, I'm just gonna simplify for you.
Please, yeah, I'll stop talking now. Please.
Okay, so if like the history of Bitcoin is it was created without a block size, and it was created with op return.
Sorry, can
And
you say that one more time?
okay, so when Bitcoin was first created, there was no block size. It was created with an unbounded block size, and then it was also created with this function called op return, right? And op return is still valid, I think, on BCH and BSV. So what OpReturn did was it allowed you to do the same thing you're doing with Ordinals, but through OpReturn. You get it? And then what BTC core devs did was that OpReturn had the exact same thing that we're doing with Ordinals. I would put websites on chain. I would put pictures on chain. I would do all this stuff. Your TX ID would be basically your identifier, with OpReturn. And then you just give anyone the TX ID, and now they're able to view your content. And then the private key that generated the TX ID, as long as you could sign it, you can prove that, hey, I own this. I'm the creator or owner of this content on chain. So what core devs did, they're like, oh, this is spam. We're gonna take OpReturn out of Bitcoin Core, right? So they took that out, and then they were like, oh, we need a block size limit because people are gonna spam. The chain's gonna grow too fast, so they put a 1 MB limit, right? So what this did was now they created a war, like between two sides. That some people were like, hey, we want like, how can you say what is spam as long as someone pays the miners? Because that's capitalism. If I pay someone for a service and they provide it, then why are you getting in the middle, right? And then the core people, they're like, no, is the chain's gonna go too fast. People in third world countries won't be able to run a node and won't be able to verify the transactions. So this is bad. Cancel, cancel, cancel. So they removed basically every single function to get this type of data and like on to Bitcoin, like BTC Core. And then SegWit was enabled. And that was so you could basically remove signature data, which is the OpReturn and like a bunch of other data. And like it'll basically makes the transaction smaller so you could fit more twice as many transactions in a 1 MB block. So that now we have technically 2 MB blocks, right? And then after that, Taproot came, which it was so smart because all we do now is instead of OpReturn, we do OpFalse. So it's just a switch in logic that Taproot did, and Taproot also enabled 4 MB blocks. So now we get the exact same outcome as that we would have got from a race to 4 MB blocks and keeping OpReturn that we get with Taproot and 4 MB blocks and this OpFalse function that puts data on chain now. So it goes OpFalse if, right? So then that's how your data, like OpFalse if, and then if the if is executed, then boom, the data goes on chain, and that's basically what's happening. So instead of OpReturn, we're just doing OpFalse, and that's all Ordinal's like protocol really did. I don't really think that putting data on chain is something new or innovative. Like you said, it's been done since like the first Bitcoin block or the first
first block had the German chancellor on
so
brink
they
of
basically
second bailout.
So Bitcoin Core people will literally say, oh, Satoshi spammed the chain, with his first NFT, right? Like that's we're being technical, right? And then but then it's like, no, how are you gonna say the creator of the thing doesn't know how to use this creation? Right? Like it doesn't make sense to me, right?
It's a breadcrumb, not an obstacle.
And then when you actually use logic, Bitcoin Core has built products that once at scale, they centralize. At two, they're very unreliable networks because the cost to upkeep them, like I don't have any cost to upkeep Bitcoin if I'm not mining it. You know what I'm trying to say? Yeah, I could run a full node, but I don't even need that. I could just have a Trezor and I'm using the Bitcoin network. But with all these layer 2 networks, one, their liquidity after like 5-6 years is laughable. It's like Lightning Network is at 130 million in like 7 years. Like, bro, a shitcoin that's launched properly gets more liquidity in like a week. You know what I'm trying to say? And I don't understand how these people can't see the disconnect between layer 1 and layer 2s, and like how layer 1s are like black holes of capturing value, and layer 2s, they're not really that thing. They don't really gain liquidity. And one of the things that people really focus on, like I feel like it's like this bullshit utopian aspect of crypto. It's like, oh, we need to help all the poor people in the world. And it's like this is just not a realistic goal. And like another thing is that when you build products for people that have less money, you're basically your customer has less money. So you can only tap so much liquidity. But if you build products that tap liquidity of wealthy individuals, which in crypto, those have been the most successful products, right? Like it has those the products in crypto that have been the most successful are the ones that tap the liquidity of wealthy individuals. They're not the ones that that like, oh, I'm gonna make this payments app for poor people in Africa. It's like, bro, those people are not gonna bring you the liquidity you need to make money. You're just gonna be subsidizing this shit. You know what I'm trying to say? So I think Lightning Network is a net loss. So anyone like in if you have $128 million of liquidity over 7 years in crypto, like I guarantee you the resources that are required to upkeep that network over 7 years have cost more than the liquidity of that network, especially with like these companies that have been paid in they've been subsidized in fiat currency by VCs, right? So they're just burning through money and they're not generating any revenue because the network is only worth 128 million. What can you really generate, right? So yeah, like that is like the history of ordinals and is just a different version of doing op return and 4MB blocks. That's all it is. It's nothing new.
All right. Quick question, Ordinals, if you guys
Yeah.
allow me, like, why do you think this rush, bro? All these projects, even on the Ethereum blockchain, they're all running towards Ordinals, and they're all like, okay, we need to do this inscription. Now, I realize, bro, I do realize some of these projects or some people they have no clue what the fuck this thing is, but they just want to catch the wave. They want to catch that hype. Like I
Yeah,
realize
so
this.
yeah, so like these people, like they're just like early grifters, in my eyes. So like, it's like, there's like a new thing, and they think they can make some early money off of it. Maybe like 100 bitcoins or 50 bitcoins or whatever, and they're just thinking in like finite, short term thinking, and like they're not really, like they're not thinking of Bitcoin as something that could last till the end of time. You know what I'm trying to say? So if you're not thinking of Bitcoin like that, then you shouldn't be using Bitcoin because like if you don't think Bitcoin will last till the end of time, right? Then there's no point of you using Bitcoin. And they're like, there's no point. Like, what are we doing here? Because that means that at some point in the future, this thing's gonna die, right? And it'll go to zero. So what the fuck are we doing here? We either believe this is gonna last forever or it's not, it's gonna die. So if you believe that it's not gonna last forever, you should just leave Bitcoin right now. You know what I'm trying to say? So most of these people that are coming over from ETH, that's why I think IPFS, even though IPFS works really well, just the fact that it's not on chain and there's like a very low cost to like putting things on IPFS, it creates like this grifting environment. Like I will never use IPFS because I think my work is worth like anything that I do, whether it's a concept, even though the art might not be as good as other people, I still value it to the point where like I want this thing to last till the end of Bitcoin. So to me, that's very important. And then like, if you're putting art on IPFS, yeah, people can, like people can always, like index it or like query it or whatever and like pull from it. But then like, let's say a while passes where like 2, 3, 4, 5 years, no one like pulls your files, then IPFS can technically lose your files. So there's always that, but like that will never happen on Bitcoin. So that's why like all these people, they're all created IPFS NFTs. There's no like permanence till the end of time with that, right? Like, and like Bitcoin guarantees me that permanence. So to me, my value is the permanence till the end of time. And most people, they're not thinking of designing that way. And I am, because that's why I'm taking my time with things. Because in my head, I'm like, yo, if I have 10,000 inscriptions on chain, right? And like right now, my first 100 inscriptions, like technically, like I know market cap is not a good like metric, but like technically, if we're being technical, if we just do 100 times $1,400 or whatever it's at $140,000 market cap like in 2 weeks, and this is just 100 inscriptions. So now imagine if I get 10,000 inscriptions on chain, right? And I have all these new like rendering types and all these new collection standards and all these new different ways of doing ordinals, and none of these exchanges can support these things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a moded exchange around only my inscriptions, right? Because now I have 10,000 inscriptions. I can be lighter than these other exchanges, and I can undercut their fees, and then now I can start capturing the liquidity for my inscriptions on my
Wait,
on my own.
wait,
Yeah,
because I saw you posting about that.
yeah.
So when you say that you're moded,
Yeah.
I'm getting
So
lost
you're
there.
like okay, you're moded like you're like a designer store, right? Like when you walk into a Louis Vuitton store, you see all their inscriptions. Do you understand? But Gucci can't give you that. Gucci's exchange can't give you the Louis Vuitton inscriptions. Do you get it? Or like when you go to
Okay.
like, right? So technically other exchanges can also use our like have our inscriptions listed there because there's nothing stopping that. The metadata is public and like you can earn fees off. And if people are using it and they have more liquidity and they have better spreads, people will be more than free to use that. But my idea is if I have 10,000 inscriptions and they're worth, let's say, $10 million or $100 million, then I want to build a moat around them and just curate an exchange for my inscriptions and offer the best services for my inscriptions, right? Because
How does that help you run lighter?
because no, in terms of other exchanges, it helps us be lighter because we're only focused on getting the data for 10,000 inscriptions.
Okay.
You get it?
Okay. I
So if the
got you.
inscriptions values are like $100 million or $1 billion, your exchange is like tapping into $1 billion in liquidity, right? For those 10,000 inscriptions.
Okay, I'm gonna take it a little bit back. Just pull it a little bit back, because bro, I keep getting conflicting messages. So I've talked to people on Ethereum, and they tell me, "No, bro, what do you mean it's not on chain? Everything is on chain. Like it's all there." And I keep hearing, I seriously, Ordinals, I keep hearing this conflicting message, bro, that it's on chain, it's not on chain. You need to do inscriptions, and that's the only way it's on chain. Bro, can you break it down for me? Like, why do you say, like, for example, whatever's, these NFTs on all these, on the Ethereum blockchain and on OpenSea, and like it's not on chain? Why do people keep saying that?
The art is not on chain, but the smart contracts are on chain. That's the only difference. The art itself
Okay.
is not on chain. The art is an IPFS server somewhere that's being pulled from. So IPFS, whatever its decentralization is, if you trust it, then yeah, like use it. But that's what ETH NFTs are. They're just JPEGs on IPFS. They're not on chain. The smart contract that people interact with, that's on chain. And then I think it just references the art on the IPFS in the smart contracts. Like I'm not a Solidity dev. Like I'm not really a dev, so like I don't really understand Solidity or smart contracts that well. I just use them, and I buy NFTs and stuff. But yeah, but I know that Ethereum NFTs, their artwork is not permanent. It's not on chain. It's not on any chain.
So, and do you think, like, first of all, bro, I appreciate that so much for clarifying that. Like, that's perfect right there. And you think so? Some of these projects going on to Ordinals, you think it's valuable because then even the art is on chain as well, right?
Yeah. And I think that like I think ETH because right now I think the most ordinals volume is happening on ETH and on wrapped ordinals. So like ETH is showing its value in other places. You know what I'm trying to say? So like I'm not gonna dismiss ETH for other use cases. Like for example, if you want to fractionalize an ordinal, like where are you gonna do it? You're gonna do it on ETH, right? If you want to wrap an ordinal and you want to tap liquidity, what do you want to loan it out? You're gonna do it on ETH, right? So I think I look at them like working in tandem instead of like working against each other. And Bitcoin just does permanence better than ETH, right? So you use Bitcoin for permanence. ETH does smart contracts better than Bitcoin, so we use ETH for smart contracts, right? So that's just how I see it. Like I like if you've been watching charts, like ETH BTC has been holding up pretty fucking well, bro. And like that is telling me that on the next run, whenever it happens, ETH is gonna outperform Bitcoin. You know what I'm trying to say? So if ETH BTC starts going up, you're gonna have alt season, and you're gonna have ETH BTC is that risk on like this indicator in crypto. So if you see ETH BTC start going up, like people are gonna be confused, like, oh my God, we have ordinals, why is ETH going outperforming Bitcoin? But it's just that has to do with risk and like volatility. It doesn't really have to do with, oh, this protocol is better than the other protocol, all that garbage, you know.
Bro, I'm in your Discord, and you're gonna see me all like often there for sure, 100%.
Cool,
Dude,
thank you.
we need to We need to. Ninja, what do you think about having ordinals on your next mega space?
Bro, oh my God, you took the words out of my mouth. Let me show you the list.
Right?
Because I already wrote that in the list. I'm like, we have to have an ordinals on the project. Like somebody speaking on ordinals, right? And BTC inscriptions and all that. So that would be really amazing. It would be beneficial for the entire space. Because like I said, even for somebody like me, I'm like, bro, I'm getting conflicting messages. Like, what the hell is this? Why are people telling me this is and now it's completely clarified. And I assure you, Casey, 100%, bro. There are a lot of people that don't know this. Like they have no clue about this information. And I think it's
Yeah.
very, very valid, very valuable and important.
Yeah, like I think like one of the best if you're like for example, if you're doing like a 10,000 collection like PFP project and like you want permanence for your like data, put you inscript it on Bitcoin and then you want smart contract functionality, you wrap it over to ETH and then you do whatever like the traditional ETH basically you've used Bitcoin as IPFS instead of IPFS, right? And then you gave your like your project permanence in that manner, and then you gave it smart contract. You enable smart contract functionality by porting it over to ETH, right? So that to me is probably going to be the best design for like what we call NFT projects, because technically, like one of the things that people, bro, the language that people, the reason the confusion is being created in ordinals is because all the language is being butchered, right? Like we're calling the heart the liver, we're calling the brain the kidney. You know, like we're making these stupid language mistakes that are not allowed in any other field, and then we're saying that, oh yeah, well, this is for the user experience, but it's like, no, you're gonna ruin the user experience. But if you refer to an inscription as an NFT, you literally just confuse the fuck out of people, because at the protocol level, the SAT is not an NFT. The SAT can be spent like a regular SAT. So like if you tell people, hey, this is an NFT, and then they think that the SAT is non-fungible, and then they spend it, now the SAT is sitting in a miner's fucking wallet, and you're fucked. They just lost all their life savings. So like just referring them to them as NFTs is a danger, because the SAT is not an NFT. So technically no inscription is an NFT. There's no such thing as NFTs on inscriptions, right? So there's no such thing as minting. Like there's no such thing
Yeah,
as
I heard, inscriptions, it's the same as minting. I don't think
no,
that's
it's not. It's not even the same thing. A mint happens through a smart contract. We're literally what we're doing is we cooked some food at home and then we sold it to people. We're a carpenter, we created a stool at home or a table, and now we put it up on our online store and we're selling it. You know what I'm trying to say? So that is more in line with inscriptions than a mint and an NFT. You know what I'm trying to say? Like we're creating digital goods and then we're creating revenue from those digital goods. That's why to me, I'm like, yo, I am like a fucking manufacturing factory of Bitcoin artifacts. You get it? I don't care if people buy them or not. I am gonna create 200 of them. I'm gonna list them for $20. You want to buy it? Great. I'm on to the next thing. I don't have time to there's no time to scale. Like let's say you dropped a project for 1,000, right? And then you only sold 300. Now your job is to sell the next 700. How long that takes you? 6 months, a year? I'll be way past you by then. You get it? So like it is more akin to like a retail storefront to me, like where I drop digital goods, you can come to the storefront, you like them, you buy them, you don't like them, you can go to another store, but there's never going to be whitelist. There's going to be no special treatment. Like when you go to the Louis store, they don't whitelist you for like the bag that you want to buy. It's there or it's not there. They don't tell you, hey buddy, you need a white, like for like special shit like a Birkin bag or like some super exclusive $10 million product, sure. But like for a $5,000 bag or $3,000 bag, $10,000 bag, they don't tell you, hey buddy, you need a whitelist to buy this bag. You get it? Like that has never happened. That never happens in luxury brands unless you're buying like the super extreme high end of their products, right? So
Okay, I got a
yeah,
question for you though.
yeah,
So your Shinjikato series sold out. Is that am I wrong or did
yeah.
that
It sold
already?
out. Yeah, it sold out. It was for $11. It sold out, and then now it's worth $1,500, right? So
So
now, so I created more value for the people that bought it than myself, but my value was not created from me selling it. My value was created from the attention I got from it and the equity I built off of it, right? So if like now imagine you build 10 collections that all gain a market cap of $1 million, what is your company worth, right? Like what are you worth, right? So this is the questions people in Ordinals should be asking is like, how can I use Ordinals to basically create marketing attention and create marketing revenue at break even marketing cost? I got like 250,000 Twitter impressions, 100,000 profile visits. I got like my collection is worth whatever, like technically market cap wise it's worth like 140, 150,000 USD. So I got all these things just off a break even mint. You know what I'm trying to say? Like,
Dude,
what's the
hell yeah.
yeah? So what's
Fuck
the
yeah,
value of
man. That's
that, bro?
awesome.
Yeah. So what's the value of that? That's worth way more than me taking your bitcoins, bro. Like, what? I could like, are we trying to build? You know what I'm trying to say? Like, yeah, like
Fuck yeah.
yeah. So I could take your bitcoin, sure. Like, I could charge you $5,000 and make you like. I know people that are paying fucking. I know a guy that paid $2,900 for a whitelist, bro. And I was like, wow, like this is extortion. Like people are extorting each other right now. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, oh yeah, buy this whitelist for $500, buy this whitelist for 1,000. It's like they can go do that, bro. I'm gonna keep dropping. Like, I don't give a fuck if my collection is worth $10 million. My next collection will be less than $20. You know what I'm trying to say? Because that is how Bitcoin was designed from its inception. You know what I'm
I
trying to say?
mean,
Satoshi did not whitelist people where he was like, hey, buddy, yeah, to mine Bitcoin, I'm going to put you on a whitelist. It costs $5,000. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, he just put it out there. And if you were early, you were early. Like, if people try to say that, oh, it's not fair, the early people got there first, it's like, yeah, because they were looking for the information. You weren't. Like, life is a game of
dude.
who gets the information first.
So
You know what I'm trying to say?
there's a lot of quips about valuing the business over the product, and
Yeah.
don't get high in your own supply.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So fuck yeah, man.
Yeah.
Kudos.
Because like most people in my like okay, so for example, look at what Yuga Labs did, right? They started CryptoPunks with like very good like ethos where it was like very cheap mint because the ETH price was low. I think it was maybe like 2 ETH. It might have been worth like $160, $200 or something like when they minted. And like it was like and it was at that price for a very long time, like maybe a 2, 3 years. You could buy it at a dirt price for CryptoPunks, right? And then what they did with Meebits was that they charged people $10,000 to mint a Meebit, right? So the moment they saw that, hey, CryptoPunks equity or like the attention we got from CryptoPunks are worth our $1 billion brand now. Now we can charge people $10,000 for our next mint, right? And then Meebits,
It's like
are like
proving a concept. It's like they proved the concept and they came back with. Well, I mean, not that it was planned or anything. It's not like they planned it, bro. I think they didn't plan it. You know what I mean? And it hit hard.
yeah, it is art. Like I'm not saying anything against Yuga Labs. Like they're a $1 billion company, so whatever they did worked. You know what I'm trying to say? But after CryptoPunks, I think people have lost more because on their other mints because the mint cost itself introduced so much risk at the forefront. The reason CryptoPunks was like every single NFT collection that has become blue chip their inception was like extremely low risk. You know what I'm trying to say? And then I think the teams themselves didn't make a lot of money off the mints, but then once the brand became big enough, that's when the teams actually cashed out. You know what I'm trying to say? So if you're just trying to like because think about it, bro, like there's no amount of Bitcoin that you can grift that's enough, right? Because like or eat that's enough because like scarcity, right? Like we always want more, right? So like I can grift 100 Bitcoins, 1,000 Bitcoins. My lifestyle will reach to the point where I'm spending that much money every month. And now if the grifts go away, my lifestyle will fall apart. Like this is just what happens in life. You know what I'm trying to say? So I'd rather create something on chain that can generate attention. It can generate potential fee revenue, and it can create equity in a brand, right? And that's why to me, I'm okay with break-even mints. If every break-even mints brings me 100,000 profile visits, that's fucking amazing. You know what I'm trying to say?
Dude, Ordinals.
100%.
It's fucking great. So it is a jungle out there. There is no rule book. It's pretty rough out there. Um, and I appreciate everything you're saying and your perspective on it, sincerely. I want to switch it up and ask a different type of question.
Sure.
In terms of BTC smart contracts, the
Yeah.
only understanding I have at this point is that comparatively to an ETH smart contract, there's not as much function. They're kind of clunky by comparison. That's all I
Okay.
really got.
I'll give you a hint. All right. So I'll give you guys all a really good hint. All right.
One sec. Oh, no. I missed the question, bro. I missed
Okay.
it.
All right.
All right, so I'm asking about the comparison between Bitcoin and Ethereum smart contracts, and just pointing out that my only understanding is that the Bitcoin smart contracts are kind of clunky and don't have as much functionality as an Ethereum smart contract.
Yeah. So
Awesome, bro.
I'll give you my thinking on that, and like, so my thinking on that is that on BSV there is Bitcoin smart contracts through op return functions. Do you get it? So what I did was I went on ChatGPT and like any smart contract that I want to design for Ordinals, I'll tell ChatGPT to give me the logic in BSV UTXOs, right? So it will give me the logic in BSV UTXOs. So for example, I had an idea where I was like, I want to create a game using BSV smart contract UTXOs that lasts till the end of time, right? And then it gave me the logic for that game in BSV smart contract UTXOs. So the difference between BSV and BTC is that BSV has op return and BTC has op false.
Wait a minute.
So,
Copy,
yeah.
translate, paste. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah. So when you
Yeah,
get that,
dude.
yeah,
That's awesome.
you get it? So like what I did was I used the BSV UTXO logic because the only difference is that it's op return and then on ordinals is op false, right? So that is the only difference in the function. So I'm thinking that I haven't tried a smart contract yet, but I'm just thinking I'm like, hey, if the only difference is over here we're doing op return and then over here
Dude.
we're doing op false, that means we can port over the contracts on
And you
the
got a
smart contracts.
whole library of smart
Yeah,
contracts.
yeah, and
Dude.
then we just have to change the op return to op false, and like obviously there might be some other variables that might need to be changed, but I think it's technically possible to do that. You know what I'm saying? So anything that I want to build that needs functionality, like smart contract functionality on Bitcoin till the end of time, I'm like telling ChatGPT, hey, give this to me in BSV UTXOs or this smart contract in BSV UTXOs, so I could see the logic and then try to like build off that logic on ordinals with off false. So
I put the full accounting of all of the op return codes that got deleted. It was done by a accounting firm in Toronto called MNP. So if you want to see what was there that might be still useful, then they do a full accounting of it.
yeah, sorry, I dropped my phone.
How dare you bring up BSV at a time like this? You know?
Yeah, like I seen one of the stacks guys tweet, oh like stop shilling me BSV or whatever, and like and I was like laughing because I'm like, bro, do you even know like everyone with the biggest market share in ordinals is from BSV right now? Like,
How dare you?
yeah. But yeah, any other
You,
questions?
you can't spell AI without Craig, right?
No, I gotta jump off, but Ordinals, it was a pleasure, bro, to meet you. Casey, thank you. Like, and so you, thank you for
Yeah,
hosting.
Hey,
yesterday you had
Ninja.
like 100 people in the room,
Yeah,
so
man.
I bet you might
Congratulations
have
on
a
your
few more.
space.
Yeah, no, bro, I appreciate it. Thank you. And yeah, mega spaces are coming. Like the radio show is gonna be put together very soon. But let's chop it up, me and you, Casey, and Ordinals. So you wanna, and then we'll see what we can do for the next mega space and have you guys lined up for sure, bro. I want everybody to hear about this. This is really, really good info. This was such a great, like, look, this is a small space, short, but bro, I learned a lot in here, man. This was really amazing. Ordinals, thank you once again, bro. I'll definitely hit you in the DMs for sure.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys for giving me a platform.
Be well, Ninja. Oh man, yeah, ordinals, dude. I've been I took a dive and a stab at the tech here, and whoo, does this environment move fast? Good lord, they move so fast, and there's so much to learn if you want to actually build. It's pretty overwhelming.
Ordinals, if someone wanted to avail themselves of your catalog of services and Ordinals, um, are you entertaining people working with you?
For now, I am not because I don't want to use someone's time without paying them because we don't even know if this is gonna work, right? So if anyone wants to work with us, it would have to be like altruistically for now, and it would just have to be like, hey, we're just working on this cool thing together, and we're all doing it for free. And if it becomes something, then once we're ready to earn a lot of money off of it, or if it becomes something big, then yeah, you'll get your equity or whatever you deserve.
But
right?
not so much like working with you. I mean, like if they wanted to create a collection, let's say.
Oh
right?
yeah,
Let's say Let's say there's
So
somebody that wants to
basically,
create 10,000 today.
yeah.
What would they do with you?
Yeah, so I'm already working with 2 collections. So like my idea, that's why I'm like on Ord Computer, I'm like curating collections. Like I'm not putting
Mhm.
everyone's collection, right? Because my idea is like I want to have that. I want to like Bitcoin allows you to be open and it also allows you to build a moat. It's like you do what you want with it. You get it? So yeah, so like I'm like that's why I put like the games on the Ord Computer because I thought it worked really well with Ord Computer, right? Like you can play games that are inscriptions and you can play them straight on the website, right? So that to me was like, okay, this is a cool idea, right? So and then now there's a collection called Pixel Getty. It's the artist. I think he worked on Lasso Getty, and I think that was on ETH. So he made Pixel Getty for Ordinal. So I'm like helping him out. And it's like a 777 collection, like 777 artifact collection. So yeah, like I am working with like you just have to like message me, like just if you want to work with me on a collection or whatever,
Mhm.
just message me, and then yeah, I'll help you out however I can.
Hey,
And,
Ordinals.
yeah.
I'd like to work with you on a collection.
Well,
Yeah,
Casey, haven't you heard about foreplay? Casey has no foreplay in him. This guy, it's like you're supposed to go to dinner and you meet this guy at the restaurant and be like, why don't we just go back to my place? It's like we have a reservation. All right, good for you, Casey. You guys
I'm going with the spirit of transparency.
You guys
here,
together could do some damage because Casey is the most unknown known figure in NFTs that I know. So you guys could really do some damage.
That's cool, man. I'm down to work with Casey. Just message me with your ideas, because I'm more of a concept guy. Like I don't like to give myself labels. So like I feel weird if like someone says that, oh, you're a programmer, you're an artist, or you're this or that. I'm just like, I don't even know like most programming language. Like I just trial and error shit, like I don't even like that's how I write code. Like I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. It's just like, okay, is this working? Is this working? Is this working? And yeah, and then for art, like I don't there's like way better people that produce art than me, but like I feel like my concepts are like better, right? So they can produce better art, but like the way I design the concept, like that's where my creativity is.
Well, it blew me away that Shinji Kato and my main character Shinji and the similarities between the story theme. I'm like, oh, here we go.
Yeah, yeah. It's like a very good synergy. That's why I do I like coming to your guys' spaces because it's like a very it's like a small crowd like it's like the 2 spaces that I've been in. It was like a smaller crowd. Everyone's listening, everyone's learning, and like everyone's engaged. It's not like just like rambling about like random pseudoscience or like
you came in at a good time. Let's say there's a lot of rambling about pseudoscience if you come in the wrong time.
Yeah. And like everyone, I feel like in like other spaces, everyone's like talking about their beliefs and stuff instead of like logic and like tech. And like it's like and it's like the beliefs don't matter. Like now because of Ordinals, it's like what do you like now it's like if you have beliefs with like put them on chain. Let's see them. Let's compete over beliefs, right? Like you believe something, all right, let's go. Now we have a
if I wanted to argue
Yeah.
beliefs, I have ChatGPT. What do I need you for?
Exactly. Right.
Good morning, everybody.
What's up, Mosey Calloway? How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. I'm like dropped into a gym somehow, some way, and I'm excited about it. How are you all?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Just having a pleasant conversation here. Enjoying the Sunday. Things are good.
It's good to come into spaces talking about Bitcoin. Um, you go into a lot of other spaces and it's just a lot of shitting on Bitcoin for other chains. But I love Bitcoin. I minted my first NFT on Bitcoin. This PFP that you see here is minted on Bitcoin. The counterparty, and we've been using that. And then this Ordinals project popped out, and I'm still learning about it. And I came in and the brother's just speaking some really cool gems. So I want to learn more from you. I couldn't send you a message, but I did follow you, my brother.
I followed back. I followed back everyone. Like I think the reason I follow everyone back is because everyone's a potential UTXO that you could interact with. And yeah.
That
Oh
sounds like
my God,
effective
this is
altruism
great.
to me.
This is
How dare
great.
you?
I want all your Bitcoins. No, I'm playing.
Why don't you tell us how you really feel? Ordinals, for the people who just joined, do you mind giving them like a 90-second overview of some of the biggest myths around ordinals and what the truth is? Because there's a few things that you have really clear.
Okay, so one of the biggest mints is that they're NFTs. You guys got to stop saying that they're NFTs. A SAT at the protocol level is not an NFT. In the future, so technically there's 21 quadrillion SATs. So I don't know, like you need 10,000 SATs per inscription for fees. So let's say like 90% of the SATs are minted with inscriptions. We're going to be paying fees miners with inscriptions because at the protocol level, the SAT is non-fungible. Do you get it? So in like maybe 100 years, a bunch of miner fees is going to be worth this inscription is being passed around that are not fungible token that are not non-fungible tokens. Do you get it? So when people say that inscription is an NFT, it's like you're making a huge error. You're like calling like the brain the heart or like the liver the kidney, because the SAT is not a fungible token. The SAT can be sent to a miner for a fee. The SAT can be connected with not like 10 million other SATs to send one Bitcoin. You know what I'm trying to say? So and don't stop calling them NFTs because this will confuse people. They're gonna make bad errors in their wallets and they're gonna think that, oh, my NFT was supposed to arrive and then the NFT went to the miner because it's not an NFT, right? So that's one error people are making. And then to me, there's no such thing as minting. It's not a mint you're inscribing. So it's not a mint happens through a smart contract. So there's no smart contract here. You're just literally just putting data on through op false on chain. So there's no mint happening. It's more like it's like let's say you create you have a restaurant. You created your food, right? So it's like you inscribe food and now you sell the food, and then how you sell it is up to you, right? But the way I sell mine is like how a retail store will sell theirs. Like I look at it like you're manufacturing goods on the Bitcoin blockchain. So you want to manufacture as many goods as you can in a good design, creative way, and then you monetize attention or fees or whatever design that you want. So yeah, so those two things to me are the biggest things that we need to change. Is like stop calling them NFTs and it's not minting, because this language comes over from ETH, and like people think that like, oh yeah, it's like a good user experience, but you're actually going to confuse future users and they're going to lose. Like let's say someone spends like freaking 5 Bitcoins on an inscription and they thought it was an NFT and now the miner has it, so they just lost 5 Bitcoins. So like that to me is like a huge error in language. So I think most of the ordinal errors are being made in language. And then the second error that people are making is like how they're thinking about like selling their NFTs. So like whitelists and mints and all this language, like it's like you're using the wrong language. That's why they're having a hard time with their designs. And like there's people out there that like created like 1,000 or like 5,000 or 10,000 and they're like having a hard time selling them. But the reason is because they design, like their sales design is wrong. You know what I'm trying to say? Like the way they're going about selling is wrong. So those are probably the three most important things that people, if you're going to try to monetize off ordinals, is like use them to build brand equity and use them to build attention and keep dropping inscriptions, because once you're at like 10,000 inscriptions, now you have a lot of power, especially if your 10,000 inscriptions are worth the money, right? Like if people are valuing your 10,000, like I think that, by the time I get to 10,000 inscriptions, I want my 10,000 inscription collection to be more valuable than like the first 10,000 inscriptions, and like I truly believe that there will be someone out there whose 10,000 inscriptions over time will have more value than the first 10,000 inscriptions. Like the whole, like another error people are making is that they're thinking that early inscriptions have some sort of special, like value or something. Like they're giving them too much. It's like it's becoming like a tribalism. Like, oh, I'm less than 10K or I'm less than 100K, right? But then if you give like the first 10K or 100K or 50K that much value, you're basically saying that like, there's no one coming in the future that's going to build anything better, and I don't believe that. I think like an inscription number 5 million or inscription number 10 million, whoever creates those inscriptions can have more value than all the inscriptions that are in the first 10,000. So like we shouldn't be thinking in like, in like these fixed like in a fixed mindset. It's because it's like it's not like creators don't really care about that. Like I don't really care about that. I don't care about, you have the first 10,000 inscription or you have the first 100,000 inscription. To me, it's like, what is that inscription gonna do in like 5 years for the person that's holding it, right? Like, what is that inscription? How is that inscription gonna interact like on chain with like other metadata? So like that is what to me is gonna build like how artists design these type of things, or is what's gonna build the value of inscriptions, not necessarily like, I bought the first 10,000 or the first 100,000, because those will have value, historical value, but inscription number 5 million or 10 million, one of those sats can have more value than the first 10,000 inscription collection, and that's possible. If anyone says that's not possible, they're crazy, to me, I go as far as to think, like my mind thinks that like one sat can because I'm pretty sure you guys have heard of the like anytime Congress gets into like chokehold, like over the budget, they always talk about minting the $1 trillion coin to pay for the government's funding or whatever, right? So now imagine if the $1 trillion coin was minted on a sat. Like, what the fuck does that mean? You know what I'm trying to say? Like that to me is like the U.S. government can give a sat arbitrary value and then mint a $1 trillion coin and then fund just credit it wherever they need to credit it and then fund whatever they need to fund because it's just a credit, right? So like that's what I think of sats. Like just because you have the first 10,000, it doesn't mean anything. Like maybe 50 years down the road, a government mints a $1 trillion coin on a sat, and then that one sat, its value is $1 trillion. So what the fuck is the first 10,000? Like that's just how I'm thinking.
So, yes. Short answer, yes. Yeah, hell yeah. I want to kind of off of that go towards more of the tech side again real quick.
Yeah.
So on Chain Monkey, right? First 10,000 piece collection, wrapped, using wrapped Bitcoin so that they can link their current Ethereum project and do MetaMask airdrops, right?
Yeah.
And their whole thing is that it was done through a single sat.
Yeah.
So am I just looking at some sort of hype?
So are they saying that all 10,000 pieces are on a single sat? Is that what they're saying? Or is each piece its own inscription? Because if each piece is its own inscription, then it's not on a single sat. But if all 10,000 pieces are on one inscription, then yeah, it is on a single sat. So there's
So
that.
I don't know, and that's because as I
Okay, so
listen,
I'll check it. I'll check it right now. Like, it's probably on OrdSwap, right?
I,
So
I I
yeah,
believe that they're each individual inscriptions, but the way that they talk about it, I kind of get the impression that they're using a single sat as like a portal, a data portal or something,
um,
to
I
maybe for the smart contract to link the Ethereum contract, or I don't.
they
I
call it
just
Bitcoin.
don't.
They call it Bitcoin frogs.
Bitcoin
Uh,
frogs,
well, what's the collection called? Bitcoin frogs,
uh,
right?
on chain monkeys.
Oh, on-chain monkeys. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Uh, okay, yeah, I'll check that out, and then I'll learn more about it, and then I'll let you know what they did
oh,
because it could be useful and cool, you know. Because
that's what
technically,
I'm saying.
yeah. So technically, what we dropped, like that verifiable artifact shit, you can do that on a single site. You know what I'm trying to say? So you can using what the collection thing that we dropped, you can have like 5 inscriptions on on a single sat, or sorry, 5 pieces of art on a single sat, and then those 5 pieces of art are verified by the Bitcoin keys with the proof that we created. You get it? So you could have 5 verifiable artifacts on one sat. Hello?
Yeah, oh yeah. No, I'm here, brother. I'm
Yeah,
emojiing away.
yeah. Yeah. So like
uh,
these are like this is so early. Like don't like to me like any idea that you have, don't think it's not possible. Because
mm,
I yeah. So that's to me the biggest thing right now. Because like a lot of people. So for example, right? Like when I first created this account, I was like I tweeted about like we wrote about like CDNs over Bitcoin in like 2020. You know what I'm trying to say? We were like, hey, Bitcoin's gonna be a content delivery network. It will like basically disrupt the $5 trillion IT industry. You know what I'm trying to say? So and the reason I we wrote that was because what I was doing in 2020 was I was taking all the bootstrap CDNs and I was putting that CSS and that JS on BSV and then I was referencing that to create web pages. So I was using BSV as the content delivery network instead of the Bootstrap servers. Do you get it? So like when this guy was like, "Oh, you're an idiot. You can't do that," and then in my head I was like, "What the fuck? Like I already did it. Like what are you
so
talking
wait a
about?"
minute. So if I say that if I try to make the analogy that you're using like BSV as a server,
Yeah, that's what I was doing
right?
instead of a Bootstrap server, right? So instead of like
Son of
get
a bitch,
Bootstrap
dude.
server, what I did was I took their fucking a CDN like link, I took all the code from it, I copy pasted it, I put it on BSV, and then I just referenced the BSV link. You get it? So now I'm using the fucking BSV thing as a CDN. And this guy was like, "No, you're an idiot. It can't happen on Bitcoin." And I'm like, "I already did it, bro. Like, I can do it on Ordinals too." You know what I'm trying to say? I just haven't done it yet because I'm doing other shit. But once I put all the Bootstrap stuff on Ordinals, you'll just be able to reference the inscription and build web pages. And you don't need a server. You know what I'm trying to say? So, like, people were making fun of me for saying all this stuff. But then I'm like, all the people that are thinking in limits, they're just, I'm like, yo, don't even talk to me because all you're going to do is like, you're going to try to close my mind, you know? And that to me is like the worst thing.
So is it? I mean, the only parallel that I can like kind of throw in the mix here is like it seems like a blockchain hybrid of a
It's,
serverless network, right?
it's an incorruptible cloud. That's what it is. You
God
get it?
damn.
Yeah.
Blah. Yeah.
Yeah. It's an incorruptible cloud server
Are you
that any,
saying you can use the Bitcoin blockchain like an Amazon S3 bucket?
no, that's ill. You'll
I'm just
fucking spend all your Bitcoins. Yeah, but you can use it for things that require immutability. So, so for example, in 2019, we were like there was like a bunch of people we were putting encrypted data on BSV, and then there would be a decryption key on our end, and we would just share the like we would have like a uh, I don't know, fuck, I forgot what it was called, but it would basically render the encrypted, like when you decrypted the TXID, it would render it was a reader. Yeah, it was a reader. So the reader would render the encrypted content. You know what I'm trying to say? And then what we were doing was like we were putting music behind the encrypt that we would make putting like encrypted music on chain. We were putting encrypted videos on chain, and then the way it would work is it would be tokenized. So the token, I could create 100 tokens, pass those tokens to 100 people, and they can watch that movie only once, only when they decrypt it, and then the moment they close that link, that token is finished, and then now they can never watch it again. You get it? Until I give them another token. So like I was doing all like we were doing this stuff on BSV in 2019, and then right now there is someone that's gonna put encrypted data on or Ordinals. It is gonna cost more money, but encrypted data on Bitcoin is for more heavy, more I would say industrial level use cases. Like you need like Bitcoin offers you like nuclear level security for your data. So now once you encrypt that data, you have nuclear level security for encrypted data. So what does that mean? Right? For organizations and whatever, like there's company secrets that you need protected with nuclear security level security and encryption, and Bitcoin gives you that. You know what I'm trying to say? And it is worth the cost for a company to do that, because now you're not paying for servers every month. You know what I'm trying to say? So the only time you're gonna have a cost is if you have to like basically pull the data onto your own servers. You know, and then once you're done using the data, you can just delete it off your own servers. And then and then when you need it, you pull from Bitcoin again. And then once you're done using that data, you delete it again. Right? So that's the power that you have now. Like this is what Bitcoin offers everybody. You know, like nuclear, like for the long, like money, like to me, I'm not even interested in Bitcoin as money anymore. You know, like to me, Bitcoin as money is like, it's such a stupid, it's like, to me, it's like the worst use case for Bitcoin. Like telling people, oh, put all your life savings in Bitcoin, it's going to save you and all that stuff. It's like, you can use Bitcoin to like make so much, you can use Bitcoin now to manufacture digital goods. You can use Bitcoin to generate sales for yourself. And then you can use Bitcoin to profit. You can pay for your service in Bitcoin, right? So now you have this loop of where you can do everything in Bitcoin. You don't even have, so like you don't need to do anything outside of Bitcoin anymore. Like Bitcoin, this is what hyper Bitcoinization was supposed to be about, right? But then,
Well, I mean, with the Silicon Valley Bank, right?
yeah,
A lot of people are going to be thinking about how they might insulate themselves from further contagion.
yeah, and the way the see the price of Bitcoin's like we we tolerate Bitcoin's volatility because of things like Silicon Valley Bank. Do you get it? Like
Mhm.
we tolerate Bitcoin's volatility because of things like Silicon Valley Bank,
And because the
right?
German chancellor on second brink of bailout
Yeah.
and 2008 crash and go down the line.
Yeah, and then that volatility is our risk premium that we're paying on the insurance that Bitcoin protects us from these banks.
Gorgeous.
Do you get it? Yeah. So we should be okay with volatility because there's a cost that comes with this type of protection, right? So we're protecting ourselves from the banks that can, like, to me, honest, bro, like, if you want my opinion on what happened at the top of the greed cycle, like, it is fucking, like, I have, like, a thought on, like, what was going on in, like, every organization. And I think it was happening in everything at the same time. Every management team was doing the same thing at the
trying to
same
say
time.
we're not at late stage capitalism, we're at late stage fiat?
Yeah. Well, I don't think like okay, so I don't like obviously the US dollar is the world reserve currency and it is the best form of currency. You know, I'm trying to say for your daily life for now, right? So Bitcoin volatility will also not go away in the money. So Bitcoin as money will not be like for day-to-day use will not be great, you know, but it's good. Over time is to me, it's like Bitcoin, the monetary aspect is more like an investment. You know, it's there to protect you from stuff like SVB, and the volatility is the price you pay for that insurance of protecting. Even like it's better to have 30. Like if Bitcoin is down 70% and SVB is down 100%, guess what? I'm better off than you. I protected my risk better than you. So if everyone in Silicon Valley, all these central people that are like crying for a bailout now, it's like I'm not crying for a bailout. I'm down 70%. I'm not crying for a bailout, but I have 30%. You have 0. You know what I'm trying to say? So, and the thing is that in the future, my Bitcoin is going to possibly go up. So I manage my risk better than all of you.
Look,
You know,
there are stories of Y Combinator startups who didn't get the product market fit, but because they held some of their reserves in Bitcoin, they actually made profit. Go ahead, Casey.
So the perception shift from store of value to monetary transactions to a hammer or a screwdriver, as a tool versus a store of value.
Yeah,
Gets
and yeah, you're right, 100%. And then now Bitcoin's because of Ordinals, Bitcoin finally has a use case that's more like oil instead of gold, and oil is used way more around the world.
so it's like it's been really refreshing to me to hear more of the building side of the technology, because I have just been awash in a sea of value seekers and hunters and the whole capitalistic ocean. And it's really nice to hear more of a building perspective on the technology. And your initial point of like, the collection I inscribed is worth way more than what I minted at. I didn't get any of that, but I got the reputation gain off of it. There's a business strategy behind it to capture that engagement, and then you can survive in the future and do more things. Like, that's fucking awesome. I have to go, unfortunately, and I know hip hop's here, Marco's here, friends are here. I gotta go. It's time to spend time with family. But Ordinals, I am like really looking forward to talking with you more in the future, though, for sure. Thanks for being here, and the conversation's awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate you, and thanks for giving me a platform.
Yeah, we're both from Toronto, so we have to take over America somehow.
Yo,
One inscription at a time.
you know when Toronto took over America in 2010, bro.
Yo, we took over when Vince Carter made that second dunk. It was over from them.
Yeah. But to me, I look at like the rise of Drake in The Weeknd was like when like Canadian culture became like, like it became like it became something in America,
Yeah, it's interesting because like usually we had the brain drain kind of moving in that one direction, but the value wasn't being captured, right?
Yeah.
Right, like CS Waterloo, Vitalik Waterloo CS gets funded by Peter Thiel, someone from the U.S., right? And then Drake signed to he signed to Cash Money, I guess.
Yeah.
So inscriptions are kind of like signing to Cash Money, so you can have your labor later on, or maybe that's Ethereum.
That's a
Never mind.
yeah. Like if you have enough inscriptions on chain, you can create flow like streams for yourself in Bitcoin. So like that's how people should be thinking. Like, yo, if I have 10,000 inscriptions on chain, whether like say they're on exchanges, like each exchange is offering you a rebate on fees, maybe 1%, 0.5%, and you have 10,000 inscriptions, you have a flow of Bitcoin coming to you. It's like a stream. So yeah, it is.
Let's speak about the music side for a sec. Right now, people are using TuneCore, Ditto Music, and DistroKid to disseminate their music using UPC, EAN, and ISRC codes. Are you familiar with that space? And could you, I guess you could technically, go ahead.
Yeah. So I could talk on this because I actually tried just creating a streaming thing on chain. Basically, like the concept was called Sound Chain, and the cost to put like a song on BSV wasn't that much. It was like maybe like I don't know, maybe like $20 or $50 or something. So so what I was doing was like I was putting songs on chain, and like I said, remember the encrypted token idea? So
I think you should issue a trigger warning. You may use the letters BSV in the sentence. Sorry if anyone's triggered by that.
Yeah, so sorry guys, I used BSV as testnet, so I'm sorry. But yeah, I don't give a fuck about that. But yeah, but yeah,
I'm just needling everyone in the audience. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the thing I don't understand yet, but I'm stupid enough to ask questions in the right direction.
No, you should ask questions, man. Like I literally got here to learn what I know strictly off of curiosity and just YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't like any formal knowledge or any learning anything like that. It was just like
Mhm.
just yeah, it was just curiosity and thinking logically on and like trying to like problem
Yeah.
solve and like create
You know,
concepts. Yeah.
in a world where everyone knows everything, humility is a power.
Yeah. Like I don't know anything. I always feel like everyone else is smarter than me, bro. Like I always
And,
feel that.
and that's okay,
Yeah.
right? You know what I mean? You go to any university and you'll sit beside people who will like make you feel like you should drop out on day one. And that's not a bad thing. You just have to sit beside them, tap on them on the shoulder and be like, yo, what you get for number two? And how'd
Yeah.
you get that answer?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. But
Yeah,
yeah,
but
for
again,
me,
you're more socialist, so you're more willing to share your answer to number two, you know, and number three.
I think I create more value for myself if I share the answer. That's not so fair.
If my
There's other,
teachings are true, they will spread on their own.
yeah, and people will like to work with you, and then you can work together and make money together. You know,
Mhm.
because on Bitcoin, all I really need to pay you is your Bitcoin address. So if we drop apps and we put in like a 0.1% fee for the creator of the app, that money will just come to you as long as people keep using the app. You know, and then we never even have to talk again.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
hip hop, ordinal,
Yeah,
hip hop,
peace,
ordinal.
peace. Nice to meet you, brother. Is Ordinals.computer your website? I just looked at.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, cool. We got hip hop.computer. Um,
Nice.
so like we're making a hip hop metaverse on Bitcoin, and so I'm building it off of like I got about 40 different artists who have minted their assets to the chain, and then we have like our I guess metaverse land token. And so like what you just mentioned about like apps and ordinals, that's really where I am, where I need help at. So I saw it says, ordinal engineering in here. So, we launched the project pretty much as, homage to, because I want, as I'm onboarding artists into Web3, I want to bring them in directly to Bitcoin, have them learn Bitcoin first, and then, go through other chains from there. So like Mosaic, he is the top selling artist in our community so far. He got a humble amount of tokens sold, but like he's been onboarding. He in the community, he's onboarded the most people. Using Counterparty and all of that stuff. So now that ordinals have popped off, it's put us in a position where there's a lot more conversation about it, and people are taking it a lot more serious now. I want to integrate ordinals into our like mechanics of our metaverse land, so that as they're getting their land, it's inscribed. So I think I've been seeing people like inscribe their ordinals and then connect the inscriptions to like counterparty tokens. And so yeah, I was just curious of anything you could maybe, because I haven't, I'm a developer myself, but I haven't really honestly gone down the rabbit hole of creating ordinals, because I know you got to get nodes and these other things you got to spin up. So I just haven't had the time to go through it all. But I see the value, and yeah. And how do you think counterparty fits in like with the ordinals and those networks, because it's all BTC?
So I don't own any counterparty assets, and I don't own any XCP, and I don't really use XCP even in like early days. Like I don't know why, I just wasn't interested in counterparty because I was always like more into like, yo, it has to be on Bitcoin. Like that's what I always saw it as. Like if it's not on, like I don't know why my mind was always like, why can't we just do it on Bitcoin? Why can't we just do it on Bitcoin? And then now Ordinals is like, now we're doing it on Bitcoin, right?
Well, the
So
thing, it's a layer one of Bitcoin, so it does go on Bitcoin,
I agree, but XCP is still a token, right? Like XCP is not a stat, right? So that to me is like the big difference. Like you could say Stacks is a layer two of Bitcoin. They always say Stacks is a layer two of Bitcoin, but Stacks is just a copy of Ethereum for Bitcoin, and it's advertised as a layer two. You get it? So it's not on Bitcoin. It's just a different network that uses Bitcoin in like its implementation,
Right,
right?
but of
So
course, this was
yeah,
created a decade ago. So, but here we
yeah,
now have the opportunity to connect this all using the
yeah.
ordinals. And
So
so,
my view on that is like focus on what's getting the network effect, right? So if XCP NFTs didn't capture a network effect, then we can leave them in the past. They can be relics, right? But if Ordinals is capturing all the network effect, then then just build on Ordinals because that's where the most liquidity will come, right? So
but
one
see,
of
you
the
just but then you contradict yourself right there because
yeah
now you're talking about the money. Where a second ago, I heard you because you said it's about the development. So if you
yeah. So but I'm saying yeah.
but
So
you
if you're
don't have to
developing a business,
choose, right?
no, if you're
Like,
developing yeah. So let me explain this to you. If you're developing a business on a chain with $500 billion of liquidity, right? Or if you're developing a business on a chain with $1 billion or less of liquidity, where do you think you have more outcome of success? If you're tapping into $500 billion of liquidity,
what is
or
success, my friend? So here's the thing:
no, I'm saying like the
if
point
you
of a business in the end is to build equity, right? So if
what,
you're right,
but
that's the point. Like, we're here to build
I'm
equity,
an
right?
artist. I'm an artist. So
Yeah,
yes,
but
my goal here.
your
All
art
right.
is
So
your equity. Your art is your equity, right? Your art is your equity.
you're saying right, but you're not letting me. I'm
Yeah,
saying no.
yeah.
I'm not actually agreeing with you here, but it's
Okay.
not relevant because I'm asking you about the technology and you're talking about the business, right? And so what
Yeah,
I
so
just
I'll give you an example. BSV is better than all this tech. BSV, right, is better than every tech that on Bitcoin right now. It's better than everything. Why aren't you using BSV?
But here's the question. Like, here's the thing, right? I guess I asked you a direct, maybe.
Yeah,
I guess I was going in a direct way of
yeah,
saying I chose a specific path because
yeah.
it's a homage to the path of what's happened. So NFTs started on Counterparty, okay, and so that's why I'm starting my project here. And so I'm evolving it. I'm making the connection. Like I said, ordinals just popped
So
off. And so
NFTs
now that they're
NFTs
here,
started NFT started with the first Bitcoin block through a op return by Satoshi. That's when NFTs started. They didn't start with Counterparty, and they're not NFTs. They're inscriptions. Um, like that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like the NFT started way before Counterparty. The first Bitcoin block had an NFT in it, and Bitcoin was created with no block size, and Bitcoin was created with unbounded cap, and there was op return in Bitcoin that was removed. So there's a lot of things in the past that are not in Bitcoin anymore if we're being orthodox about it. You know what I'm trying to say? And BSV is the closest thing to the original form of Bitcoin in terms of tech, right?
so how do your
So,
suggestions help my question? My question
so
was
your question,
specifically like
yeah.
about
So
like how do I
I'm trying to explain to
build?
you. I'm trying to explain to you why Ordinals is better than XCP,
But it's
right?
not I was asking you how do I make ordinals? I wasn't even I was
Oh,
listen.
so
Uh,
how do you make ordinals? You create a full node. You get an order wallet, and then you just like if you hop into our channel, there's like a order wallet section, and then you can just all the instructions are there on how to create inscriptions. So if that was your question, then my bad for misunderstanding. And you can even go on like OrdSwap, and they have an inscription tool. There's like Toki.hash. They have an inscription tool. I think it's Toki Hash on Twitter. They have a really good inscription tool. I think that's the best inscription tool I've had so far, right? And yeah, like if you want to just inscribe, there's like inscription tools online that are web apps that you can use. They take a fee, or you can like obviously go the route of like running a full node, getting your Ord wallet set up, which is like it's like so technical. And then like you're a dev, so it shouldn't be hard for you. And yeah, like that's how you get inscriptions up. And yeah, that's how you
is
guys
it
do it.
do I lose any control using like Toki, like as opposed to like setting up like going through the node and all of that stuff?
Um, I think the way Toki is designed, they don't middleman the inscription, so they basically send the inscription to your first address. So for like minting BRC20, and I think Unisat also does it this way. So like for example, OrSwap was middlemaning everyone's inscriptions. So like I use OrSwap to mint BRC20s, and now I'm owed the BRC20 because the BRC20 was minted on the first address, and all they did was they sent me the inscription file. You get it? And but you have to actually send with the function. So the tokens don't get I could transfer the inscription file to someone else, but until someone uses the send function of BRC20, I don't own the BRC20. So right now, all my BRC20 ords that I minted, they're all owned by like OrSwap technically owes me them. You know what I'm trying to say? So this is the one.
100%. That's
Yeah,
exactly what I was asking.
yeah. So yeah, you're right. Like if you the most so this is the one thing that people need to make sure of before inscribing. It's like, hey, is the inscribing tool inscribing straight to my public key, or is the inscribing tool inscribing to their public key and then sending me the inscription? Because this is a huge difference, especially if you're minting tokens. So if you were not minting, if you're inscribing tokens like BRC20 tokens or any other like token standard, then the token like the first inscription or the token minting or whatever has to happen on your public key, the first one. If someone middleman that, then they have the tokens. So a lot of people used a lot of inscription tools for these BRC20 tokens that were like middlemaning. So now all these inscription services and exchanges, they owe all these people these ORDI tokens. And
That's why I didn't rush to hop on one of those
yeah,
things
yeah,
that I didn't
hundred
understand it.
percent.
So I
Yeah,
appreciate
yeah, yeah.
that.
So like you have to read things really carefully, and like you're 100% right, bro. Like if I were like if you're technical, go start your full node and run the Ord wallet. You know.
Okay.
And
Is
and
that
I'm sorry, if like I'm sorry, like if we butted heads or whatever, like that wasn't
no?
my
It's all
intention.
good. It's all
Yeah,
good. It's just
yeah,
lost in
yeah.
translation.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
didn't
lost in
communicate
translation. I
fully.
thought you were talking about. I thought you were talking about like, yo, why would I choose ordinals over counterparty? You know,
No.
so that,
Check this.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Check this. So
yeah,
on Counterparty, right? Like
yeah.
when I create my token, like for the actual image, I host my actual media files on Arweave, and then I link it. So my thought process is if I host my image file as an ordinal and then connect my ordinal to my counterparty asset, I'm actually connecting, like making a super counterparty thing, and really, because the actual
Yeah,
NFT
yeah,
is
yeah, yeah, yeah. I completely understand because you're just basically wrapping the ordinal over the counterparty, and like,
exactly.
yeah. So yeah, go for it because I think that's a great idea, and I think that that's what people are already doing with ETH. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, you'd be surprised, but like the most ordinal volume right now is happening on ETH. It's not happening on Bitcoin. You know, so it's like that's to me is
I
such a
don't
mind.
break that down for me real quick. So when you
Yeah.
say it's on
So
ETH, like how are they making ETH ordinals, or the ordinals being minted on
no.
BTC
So
and
what?
then being
Yeah.
linked over to ETH somehow?
Yeah, so the ordinals are being inscribed on BTC and then they're being wrapped over to ETH through Emblem Vault. And yeah, so they're using a bridge to wrap over the ordinals to Emblem Vault
It's-
through Emblem Vault onto ETH, and then they're creating now you can have smart contracts for the ordinals, so you could like do like a traditional mint like on ETH with the smart
You
contract function. Yeah,
just, because here's the thing. So with my project, right, like I was looking at like uh taking like my stuff and then taking like a percentage of my supply and taking that on Emblem Vault and then deploying that on ETH. But here's the thing, the same way, like we were just talking about, like connecting the ordinals to the counterparty asset, I could actually make a ETH token and also connect that to the counterparty asset, in theory, like actually
yeah.
connect it.
In theory, everything can be connected. You're on the right path. Like in theory, all these chains can work together. Like there isn't. That's why to me, like the
Oh, that just
tribalism.
fucked my head up.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
shit.
so to me, that's why tribalism to me is like when people get mad is if someone use BSV over BTC or like BTC over BSV or whatever. It's like, bro, it's just so small minded, you know?
Uh,
Like
Check
Yeah.
this ordinal. I'm making this protocol. It's going to be called the Bitcoin Beats protocol, right? And this is how we're going to be like initial, like releasing our primary music. So initially, it's going to be released as Bitcoin, but then distributed as beats. And so beats is Binance, Ethereum, Avalanche, Tezos, Solana. So I was just thinking of put it on Bitcoin, but then connect it to all of those. And so but now I'm thinking of a way of like deploying them on all, and then like using some type of thing to connect them all through emblem somehow, and then connecting it all in that one Bitcoin thing. So the Bitcoin thing connects you to 5 other blockchains, but it's all music. So it's like you just dropping your song on multiple platforms, but it's connected all through the mother, which is Bitcoin.
Yeah, you could do that. And like it's just about logic, like how you construct your logic and like how you do your design. So, but that's why I tell people like whatever idea that you have, if someone tells you, hey, it's not possible, don't just they're trying to close your mind. You know what I'm trying to say? Just keep thinking about it, keep trying to figure out like how can I design UTXOs, like how can I do this? Like even what like we dropped, like the DID generated by a single Bitcoin wallet, like that would be really useful for what you're doing
What does
because
that mean when you say DID? Like
so
decentralized identification?
yes, it's decentralized identification that can be proven by signing your Bitcoin key. Do you get it? So basically what we do is, you know how like when you go on like a payments platform for Bitcoin, right? And they have like you input your XPub key. So the reason they make you input the XPub key is because XPub like whatever their BIP is to generate the public addresses, like they do it in order. It's in a sequence, just like ordinals. So like the way it goes is like 0/00, that's the first address. 0/01, that's the second address. 0/03, that's the third address. So what we did was we created a tool that uses the XPub as the collection ID, and then each address consecutively is like basically where the verification is verifying each artifact in the collection. So anyone can basically have that XPub and then they can just go look up 0/00 and then they'll get the public address and then they can verify, oh, if this artifact is a part of this collection. So we basically use the Bitcoin private key to create decentralized identifiers for like all verifiable artifacts. So now you can prove by signing a Bitcoin key, hey, I am the owner of this XPub. You get it? And every single artifact on this XPub is a part of my collection. And then
Where you're losing me is, why isn't your wallet already a decentralized identification? Like, why do you need another ID to say that? Because that's what a wallet is already.
I agree with you, but this is more of a method for like, okay, so for example, you know how like there's like 50 different CryptoPunks on chain, right? So how do we like if you go into like the metadata of if you go like right click inspect or whatever, and then you go into like the metadata of the CryptoPunk, like it's like hard to verify like, yo, where this punk came from. You get it? So with the XPub collection ID, if let's say Yuga Labs puts up the XPub there, now we can verify like, okay, all these CryptoPunks on this XPub are Yuga Labs punks. We don't have to like wonder or anything. You
But
get it?
but where I guess where I'm confused is, so the contract address already connects all of these things. Now, are you talking about cross chain, like, or
This can work for so basically this method of proof can work for anything. It doesn't have to work for ordinals only. So it can work for any piece of data. So like it doesn't have to be anything related to Bitcoin. It could just be like a book you wrote and you wanted to just certify it with your private key. You get it? That like, hey, I'm the owner of this. I created this book. This is the public key. The proof is on the first address. And yeah, and then no one could and then as long as you have the private key, you could sign it. Then like we're basically using public keys without using UTXOs. Like we're using public keys in an offline manner. We're not using them to transact on Bitcoin. We're just using them to create proofs because we know that proofs created through Bitcoin keys are like they're indisputable. You know what I'm trying to say? As long as the person has a private key. So that's what we're trying to do. We're not really like we're not trying to like do on-chain proof essentially. This is like a way to do incorruptible off-chain proof using Bitcoin private keys for your collections. So like for example, for a song, like I'm gonna make these scripts public so like you'll be able to like use the script itself and then see like how you can use it with your project, because it's very easy. It takes like 5 minutes, you know. You just do and then we'll put out docs and stuff. But if you want to look at what I'm talking about, there's this project called ordinalsreserve.com, and ordinalsreserve.com, they're the first verifiable artifact collection where they use decentralized identifiers, but they didn't use our method. Like, we use Bitcoin keys to create our decentralized identifiers. They used another method. So we learned from them, and then we implemented it on with using Bitcoin private keys.
Can you
And
can you show me or maybe explain it to me, and like you then like, because I got like hip hop artists, and we got a metaverse, and
yeah,
each
so
artist.
each one of your artists can have their own XPub. Do you get it? And then like
What does
that
XPub mean? So that's
your XPub is like a public key that basically shows like, if you share it with the public, they can view all your public keys on that XPub. Do you
and
get
when
it?
you say your keys, like break
Your
that
public
down. So
addresses. Your public addresses on that XPub or
okay,
on
so
that
what you're
yeah.
doing, okay, I think I see where you're going now. So
Yeah.
what you're doing is like so like for me, basically, if I got 30 different wallet addresses, then I've been buying things from all 30 of them. This is a way where I could verify that all of these things are specifically mine. Like Yuga
Yeah,
Labs could
without
say,
transacting, without spending money. Do you get it? Like, you're able to
I'm
do
getting
that
closer,
without.
but I'm
Yeah, so there's a diagram that we posted, and then we're gonna post more docs, and then once you understand like how a XPub works, right? You'll get it, because XPubs are created in order. So XPubs work great with ordinals collections because they're in order. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
for
I'm
yeah,
googling it.
so like, basically, I'll give you an example, right? For artists, right? So something that I could think of is like, let's say you have an artist, and their XPub is basically their collection ID, so their profile, right? So now on the first address will be the proof of their first song. Do you get it? And then the second address will be the proof of their second song, and the third address will
Right.
be a proof of their third song. You get it? And then now all the artist has to do is share the XPub and sign, and they can always sign with a private key to prove that, hey, this is my beat. Do you
So
get it?
check this, right?
Yeah.
Mose and I, we're dropping our we got a group called the Bitcoin Billionaires. And so we're about to put out our first songs, they're called just Chat GPT, Mid Journey, and Artificial Intelligence. So how can we drop, so we just made 300 pieces of AI art. They all have their own traits, and it's like, it's all gamified, and each one of those is connected with a song. If we can release, like, how do we release this with the X pubs on the BIPs and all of these acronyms that you're saying, so that we can have like this public proof that the Bitcoin billionaires are dropping these songs right here, because if we can make these inscriptions, that's even better.
Yeah. So basically, just hop into my Discord, and then like message me, and then, or even message me on Twitter. I think Discord would be easier, and then I could help you work on this. Because even like, I can't give you everything off the top of my head, because like, I'm gonna be wrong about the logic in some places, so I would have to like think more about it, right? But I can see it being incorporated in your project for sure, because like, the song's proof will be on a XPub, and then that's the key that you can always sign. So like, your company can always sign those keys to prove that, hey, this public address where this proof is for this song was created by us. You know what I'm trying to say? So that proof is very important, because that, like, basically, because the data, like, our next inscriptions are not even going to be JPEGs, they're going to be JSONs. It's going to be encoded PNGs with the proof. So the reason for that is, well, once that inscription is on chain, now anyone can query that collection from the XPub ID, because the collection ID is now XPub. So we just have to share the XPub ID, and boom, from the entire Bitcoin blockchain, every single collection ID with that XPub collection ID, we'll be able to pull data from it. So like, now the future of inscriptions, of like, even art, is not going to be like
You
uploading
gotta
pictures.
show me a JSON file to a PNG file, because my brain is not processing how that
Yeah,
imports in and
it's
out.
just the encode it's just encoding, bro. Like, all it does is like, it just converts like the picture into like a bunch of strings and text, and then the browser can render that. So I'll send you, bro. We have all this knowledge share in our Discord. Hop in there and like just go
Join
through
it right
knowledge.
now.
Yeah, so you'll see,
Brandon.
yeah,
Yeah.
you'll see, yeah. Anytime I learn something, I just post it there, because, yeah, like it's just like sharing stuff with
You're
people.
socialist. You're from Canada. You believe in free healthcare? How dare you? Brandon,
No,
go ahead.
I believe in brand
Already
equity.
shared that
Yeah.
information to our alpha chat.
Brandon, go ahead.
What's up, guys? Actually, holy shit, dude! I came across Ordinal's computer shit yesterday, and I'm like mind blown.
You too.
And today I'm like listening to the spaces, and my god, dude! One thing I know from being in ETH and in crypto and NFTs is that if you can make creators time like more convenient in doing things, whatever your process is, it's gonna get like mainstream adopted, and especially in Bitcoin ordinals and everything is so new. Like you guys are literally the pioneers for doing shit like this. And hearing this, because I'm not that technical, and it sounds like big brain, dude. Props to you guys.
Thank you.
Well, I'll reset the room. You're listening to the Syndicate. Earn your not bachelor's in BTC Ordinal Engineering. You probably won't, but the next closest thing apparently is talking to this guy, your co-host, Ordinals.computer. That's right, Ordinals.computer. Do you want to use the Bitcoin blockchain like an Amazon S3 bucket? Well, that's not possible. But what you can do is represent value using JSON. What's JSON? It's like a string of text that represents a spreadsheet. And that's all I got.
JavaScript object notation.
Damn it, JavaScript. You win. Hold on. Well, why would we use JavaScript when we can use the rest? Sorry.
Because JavaScript is the language of the internet.
But Rust is replacing all of the JavaScript services. Have you seen that?
I
Not
have
on chain. Not on chain. Not yet.
Not yet.
I
Not
don't
yet
think
on
it's
chain.
possible for Rust to replace JavaScript. I mean, I say possible because anything's possible. But again, like I said, JavaScript is the language of the internet. It's HTML,
Mm-hmm.
CSS, and JavaScript.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Casey, you're back. Have you thought about what Ordinals has said and rethought your life choices?
Why do you have?
If only I knew about this when Saitama hit. Damn it.
Oh, low blow, low blow.
I'm talking to the audience. Look, let he who or she or they who have not bought Saitama cast the first stone.
Yeah. So anyways, all right.
Is Saitama Bitcoin now, or is
Oh
that's
no,
Ethereum, right?
God, let's just not let's scratch that one from the record
Okay,
books.
all right.
No. So,
Yeah.
all right. Here's what it seems like is that the 4 megabyte data limit is kind of pretty well bypassed through the software being used to access other data centers. Does that sound right?
Are you asking me this
Oh
question?
yeah. Oh yeah.
More specifically, the JSON, right?
Thank you. Yeah.
But Ordinals, can you explain? It's going to sound weird. Can you describe how you're using JSON, which stands for, like hip hop said, JavaScript object notation, to make these 4 megabyte blocks more expressive and verbose, let's say?
So where they're just being used in that manner. We're encoding the PNGs in I forgot what type of encoding it is. And then the reason we're doing it in that JSON format is so we could put the proof of the image in the file itself, in the inscription itself. So like when you go to inspect the inscription, you'll be able to see the proof of the image in the inscription itself. So then So now the proof is immutable on chain, and then the proof is created from a Bitcoin private key. So then we're the only ones that can sign the proof to, or like the XPub proof to verify that we're the owners of the collection. So that is the reason we're doing it in a JSON format.
So, and I'm sorry, Brandon. So the mechanical question of there being, there's a data limit to how much you can stuff in there, right? But
yeah, so it's like eight, like the file that I created, like the proof, the cert is only like 1 kilobyte, and then the file, the PNGs themselves are like 4 or 5 kilobytes.
and that's
So like the total,
because they're being encoded is the right word, but they're being effectively translated to text from image.
yeah,
And so because text has such a lighter data load, you're able to put a lot more in there as long as you can decode it or retranslate it back to the picture.
Yeah, I think like block space like limits are gonna like put like pressure on like compression to like advance, and like people are gonna figure out different ways to like compress files or like turn images into like different code and like then put that on chain instead of putting
So
files themselves or images themselves.
talking with Skirpy Social, their conversation was towards, hey, this is pretty wild that we're basically building new file types.
Yeah, we are. And you're building new protocols and new language. Like there's nothing set in stone right now. There's no standard. That's why like when people are like really like like they're like head over heels over dot sats and stuff, in my head I'm like, this is too early for that, because I could see like anything being a suffix for a DNS, anything. So you want to dot fuck or dot, like dot whatever, like any dot suffix. Dot, go for it. You know what I'm saying? Like dot exclamation mark, like dot, like they're like, it's like endless suffixes. You know what I'm saying?
So one more, you'd have
you
ellipsis.
you could literally have dot followed by a lyric, and like dot take care, dot whatever you can think of. So to me, like DNS has standards. It's too early. Like dot sats is the first one. They might have values because they're dot sats, but like I see more fun in like dot meme or dot kek or dot pepe, or dot any memeified name service. I feel like people are gonna be gravitated towards that more because it's gonna be fun, it's gonna be memorable, and people like I could even see like the the inscription image itself being like the dot, like so for example like I posted idea, like the inscription image itself will be like dot BTC or something, so it'll be like the inscription image dot BTC. So like this like that, like it's too early. Even for exchanges, like exchanges right now, they're so focused on like JPEG, like rendering JPEGs only and like PNGs and like standard like image files, that they're like dismissing the biggest like market, which is going to be like code images, like the biggest, because people, so that's the biggest market. But for some reason, like I talked to a couple exchanges, they're like, oh, that's not really on our plate right now, and I'm like, all right, man.
It's a security vulnerability.
It's difficult to convince someone of something when their salary depends on them not understanding it. Sinclair, Brandon, and then hip-hop.
Okay, I have to do a little social recovery here. I totally butted in front of Brandon. And so he's had his hand up. He's being so polite. Brandon, how you doing, man?
Yeah,
Sorry.
we do that in S spaces. This is a BSV space. How dare you? Have some manners, Brandon, and then hip hop. Go ahead.
Hey guys, again, I just have a questions because I'm pretty new. Basically what I wanted to ask was, if there's like layer twos like stacks or lightning, why don't people just do you guys see more volume and more transactions on those layers than actual like layer ones, like what we're doing with Bitcoin? And if there's more volume on layer two like stacks and lightning, do you guys think the process that you guys are saying, does that apply to those layers as well, or just layer one? I'm sorry if it's confusing. Thanks.
I get your question. So people are allowed to use whatever layers they want, and I have no problem with it. But me personally, I like staying on layer 1 just because of its permanence and just because of its security and like the fact that Bitcoin is the most secure computer or like ledger in the world, right? So in terms of Lightning Network, I think Lightning Network is a subsidized network that's being subsidized by VCs. In like 6 years or 7 years of existence, its market cap is maybe like 5,000 Bitcoins and like $128 million. Like what I've known about blockchains is like with that kind of liquidity, you can't really do anything that generates any revenue, right? So it's like Lightning Network, layer 2 is like, to me, is like a completely altruistic, money losing proposition. And even if Lightning Network gets at scale, the biggest liquidity hubs will be like JP Morgan or Goldman Sachs or one of those big banks because they're gonna be the ones that will have the liquidity available to create the biggest hubs. Because how Lightning Network works is like you send the Bitcoins. It's like, okay, if this guy doesn't have enough liquidity in their node or whatever, then it's not gonna the transaction won't go through. So you need to have really huge liquidity pools in Lightning Network for it to function seamlessly, and these liquidity pools need to be centralized, right? So that to me, like, and then for stacks, it's like a mimic of Ethereum for Bitcoin. So the way I see stacks is like in a bull run, it can go up great, but in like a bear market, it's like obviously going to be more risky, more risk on versus Bitcoin or ETH, right? So there's that in terms of for layer 2. Layer 2s will always be more riskier. Because that's why they're layer 2s. You're trading convenience for risk, right? And then for in terms of stacks, like I could see big like ordinals porting over to all of these other chains, and like a rising tide lifts all boats. You know what I'm trying to say? So yeah, they could have more like technically BSV right now has more transactions than every chain. They do like I don't even know, like 8 million transactions or something, or some ridiculous number every day or something, right? Because they have all these apps running. So to me, that's not like when people say like in crypto that speed or transaction or these things are the reason for something to gain value. Like I think that's like very like linear thinking, because if that was the case, like Litecoin would have flipped Bitcoin already. Because at the start of like all these forks, like Litecoin was a fork of Bitcoin. The point of Litecoin was, oh yeah, you'll have cheaper fees and you'll have more block size, so like there'll be more adoption, right? Like logically, that because there's more transactions, but hasn't been the case. You know what I'm trying to say? So it hasn't been the case that just because a ledger offers cheaper transactions or more throughput that they're going to beat the Bitcoin network effect. So that's why I hate that I don't use layer 2s, because I can't. It's like why would I go from a network that has $500 billion in untapped liquidity to a network that has maybe $1 billion on it? You know what I'm trying to say? On a layer 2, just because I want to make it more convenient. You know what I'm trying to say? But it's like you're not making it more convenient. You're actually introducing bigger spreads for whatever you're trying to do, because there's less liquidity. So the tightest spreads will always be on the most liquid layer 1. You know what I'm trying to say? So if you can't understand like these economic things about blockchains, then you'll understand why like I use layer, like why I came onto Ordinal so fast, because until now I was very confused about what to do in crypto, because like majority of my time spent in crypto was like any product I built, it never gained any traction because no one was interested in it, or it was too early, or like any like and like besides that, building out those products, it was mainly just speculating. You know what I'm trying to say? Like it was just like, buy this NFT, it's gonna go up 1,000% or whatever, and you're gonna make money off of it, And that was like what I was doing, and it was like it's like very confusing when you're like speculating all the time, right? Like you lose, you win, you lose, you win. But now it's like Bitcoin is the finality of ordinals is why I'm here now, because I know that the reason I got into Bitcoin is because I believe it will last till the end of time, or till the end of humans, or even if humans end, then AI will continue Bitcoin. But the point of we're here in Bitcoin is because we believe this ledger will last forever. And if you don't believe that, then there's no point of you being in Bitcoin, because at some point it will go to zero. Do you get it? So like, why would you hold something that at any moment can go to zero if you don't believe it can last forever, right? So yeah, those are my thoughts on like layer 1s and layer 2s and their economics.
Got it. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No problem.
Hip hop.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on the JSON file, just to make sure people like understood, I guess what it
Yes,
is.
please. Yes, please.
And so like it's basically when you have a collection, like let's say Bored Apes, right? There's 10,000 apes in that collection, and so what they have one JSON file, and this JSON file pretty much has a pattern in there that says for each one of the apes in the collection, it says, you know, here are the traits, these are the da 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 da, and so that one file gives all of the information about all 10,000 apes, including the locations or the URLs of all 10,000 of those images. And so basically within one image you can have 10,000 a link and then metadata for the 10,000 images in one collection. And so
Yeah, so yeah, you're right. So the DIDs that we created can be used in the manner that you're talking to. So you can literally put all the proofs and like you can like inscript something and then put all the proofs of that image on like one file and then just inscript that too. And then now you have all the proofs on one file and people can share it. You know, so the way we're doing it is that I'm gonna put the proof in every inscription, and then I'll just like compile like I'll just take the data, pull it from the chain, and then I'll create like an explorer for from that metadata from the proofs. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, what you're saying is technically right too. It's like anything you can imagine, bro. You can do it and just design it how you feel like you want to design it. You know, like whatever you feel your design. If you think that, hey, this is gonna be the design that builds me the most brand equity and in the future can generate me sales and revenue and all that stuff, then yeah, go for that design. Because what Bitcoin allows us to do is like it's open, but it allows us to build our own moats, right? It's like the whole concept of like sovereign individual. So the sovereign individual is basically acting like a state. You get it? So like where we can use Bitcoin to like build like mini states for ourselves that we've moded, that are open and voluntary, you know? So yeah, like your whatever design ideas you have, you should definitely and try to implement them, you know?
shout out my boy Houston just walked in the room. He's gonna love this conversation. He's the guy in my community who you know basically came and was like, bro, you gotta do your stuff. You gotta make the focus Bitcoin. You gotta make the focus Bitcoin. And so like you know he came kind of slowed me down, sat me down, was like, bro, all right. And so yeah, we bullish on Bitcoin. So shout out to my man Houston.
I'm
Yeah,
adding Houston right now. If you were gonna catch Houston up on the last hour, what would you tell him?
I would tell him that we just been kind of brainstorming on ordinals and kind of the use case of it, but lately we've been going down into the rabbit hole of making these like an identification system where it's like a decentralized identification system, so you can kind of keep track of your assets across different projects. So to be like, this is me, without saying this is me, and having that ID system built into Bitcoin to connect it with everything, but using ordinals as the core data to compile all of that stuff.
It sounds like you don't even have a name for it yet. I'm really like short winded, so I'm just gonna say this. This ordinals thing, like major application, we have a bunch of different applications, but the one that's gonna probably be the one that transcends into the next crypto space. Y'all won't see that for another 5 years. So, my opinion is everybody's wasting their time right now, trying to work with the lesser use cases.
You crazy out your mind. This is
I,
this is
I, I I agree with you in the sense that that the use cases that are gonna gain the most value we have not seen yet. You know what I'm trying to say? So he's right in the sense that like right now is like everyone's chasing the lowest hanging fruit and just trying to like make money off the lowest hanging fruit. but in like 4 or 5 years is when you're really, really gonna see like what Ordinals becomes.
Here's the
So
thing. What y'all
yeah,
are y'all are missing it because you're thinking profit. He's thinking y'all thinking money. Y'all thinking like adoption. Like right now, if you
no,
understand like
I'm thinking in terms of like just like the creations that creators are gonna create in like 4 or 5 years, like because right now like we're just at the forefront of it, like what
but
you're
that
gonna
all
be.
it's
Yeah,
always going to be an answer of 4 or 5 years. Things are going to be better, right? But what I just
yeah,
want y'all to just know is right now, like
yeah,
we are like the stuff you was just saying, just alone, the shit you just put in my head about inscribing a fucking JSON file. Do you know what
yeah,
you just put in my head? I don't
yeah,
need
yeah, yeah,
5 years.
yeah,
You
yeah, yeah.
just
I
gave
know,
me
that's what I'm
you
saying.
just
Like right
gave me
now,
the fucking cheat code. I don't need five
yeah.
years.
Yeah. I agree with you in the sense that like we're at the forefront of the innovations. So like like whatever is gonna happen moving forward, like we're gonna be there present, with the information.
Innovation is all that matters. We don't got to worry
Yeah,
about like large scale adoption because listen, I can innovate and then I can also execute. And then within my community and my sphere, I can do whatever the fuck I need to be way, way years before it catches on, whatever. But like that we can change our lives right now using this technology. It ain't 5 years.
I agree with you there. Yeah. Like it's definitely good to learn it, use it, create on it early, because you'll have more experience, you'll make mistakes, you'll take your L's, you'll have all that over everyone else. So
Watch
yeah,
what I
like
do.
yeah, I'm excited to see what you do, bro, with all the knowledge you have now.
Between Toki and then you like I don't know how to use that job like with like I'm still like I'm about to go down the rabbit hole of turning a PNG file into a JSON file, but like
Bro, go. There's readings on ordinalsreserves.com and verifiableartifacts.com where he breaks down what he was trying to do with the verifiable collection. And that's what we built off of. So go to ordinalsreserve.com and you'll see their concept and you'll see like when you go view their inscriptions and you see their data, like their schema, you're gonna be like, okay, like this is the way. And then we built upon that decentralized identification system because we were like, hey, why don't we just use Bitcoin keys instead of like using like a third party or like using like another method?
what
So
do
we
I
just
click on their site? So I'm on the site, I'm on the which where do I click to see this schema?
so when you go on their okay,
Verify
so
collectible. Okay, I'm on
yeah,
verify collectible, and then it says it's showing a JSON. But I need an inscription to be able to see the schema. It's showing me like some kind of some dummy schema in the background, so I can kind of see that. It's like
yeah, so what you do is like when you go on when you click on the I think the first like on the collection itself, like Sat Black, when you click on it, and then there's a Ordinals wallet link, right? So go on the Ordinals wallet link, and then you'll see the inscriptions there, and then click on the inscription in Ordinals wallet, and then when you go down, you'll see all the code. So right under the picture it says context, and then it gives
you lost
the
me at Sat Block. You said I go to Sat Block. What's Sat Block? Is that a
Sat
website?
Sat Black. It's on Ordinals Reserve. Like just scroll down and you know where it says collections, it says Sat Black Genesis.
Okay,
You see
okay,
that?
yeah, I
Yeah.
got
So, yeah. So click on that and
you.
then
Okay, got
yeah, and then you see the Ordinals wallet link, secondary markets, right?
you. Right.
Yeah. So click on that and then you're
Okay.
gonna go to the collection and then now view one of the inscriptions and then just scroll down and you'll see the data. So when you go to the data, it'll say data image JPEG basics.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You get it? So now the whole image is that JPEG like strings or whatever, or like the encoded string, and then under that is the collection traits. So it says common, rare, uncommon, right? And then it's the description, which is Sad Black is a groundbreaking digital verifiable collectible. So this is what you were talking about that Board Ape Yacht Club did or whatever. And then under that, at the end is the proof of the whole JSON. Do you get it? Which is the ED25519 signature. So that signature we're gonna create in the end once we have the collection signatures. So there's actually three things, right? So there's an issuer. So that's the XPub becomes the issuer and the XPub becomes what we did was instead of having a different issuer and a different collection ID, basically the XPub can become the issuer and the collection ID. and then at the end the ED5 whatever that key format, the ED25519 signature, that you do at the end of once you created all the rest of the JSON file.
I'm not
And then
seeing the signature though. You keep this saying the ED2.
so scroll all the way down in the metadata, right under the
Right.
description. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
you'll see the proof, and then you'll see type, and then proof purpose, assertion method, and then verification method, and then basically, you can take this proof, and then you like it'll verify that
The
this
one that says
JSON.
proof. Which one is the ED2 thing? Oh, okay. I see. It's type.
Yeah,
Type.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
The
So we're
ED2 is a
gonna
type.
yeah. So what we're gonna
Okay.
do is like we're gonna create docs that teach people how to do this step by step. You know what I'm trying to say? And then you're gonna be able to do it with the key method that we created because it'll be a little bit easier than this method. You know what I'm trying to say?
I mean, I mean, I can, in theory, yeah. I mean, yes. I want to. I'm like, I'm ready to do this now.
Yeah. You can do it now. You don't need me.
Cause
If you
look,
understand it,
I'm
you could do
sitting,
it. You know what I'm saying? Like if
nah,
you
I'm sitting
understand
here.
exactly what's going on, you could do it on your own. That's the beauty of Bitcoin. Like you don't have to wait on anybody, right? So that's why even for collections, like the great part about a collection on Bitcoin versus like ETH, because it's not on a smart contract, all the metadata is open, right? So if I don't like the direction you're taking the collection in, I can just like take the metadata off the chain and then start taking the collection in my own direction. You know
Is
what I'm
there
saying?
somewhere I can go to see like all of the stuff in here so I could like be able to fill in all of this data? Like most of the data I can look at and be like, all right, I'd swap this, but like let's say like I don't know what proof
Yeah,
value is supposed
so
to mean.
this schema, I posted it in our Discord and knowledge share, like all the things that you need. So like you need to learn about DIDs, you need to learn about JSON LD, and you need to learn about a few other things. And then I posted them in our knowledge share, and but we're gonna release a new schema. It's not the same schema as this, and it'll be more simpler than this schema. So it'll be like more lighter and way easier to just copy paste that, you know. So but that will take a couple days or maybe like a week or something to write all the docs and stuff. But yeah,
Well, keep me updated. I'm tapped in, so I
yeah,
appreciate you. Because on some
yeah.
real shit, listen. I've gone to so
Like
many Bitcoin ordinal spaces, and every time I go to them and ask them for help, this is literally the worst community like to ask for help. Like I've been kicked out of so many of them. Like it's one of them things that I try to like. I love Bitcoin, but that community when I've been trying to get help at Counterparty, I've had some love. Like our biggest holder has is from Counterparty, but like just trying to get this knowledge, it's been an uphill battle. So I just wanted to say I appreciate you freely sharing this knowledge because I've been aggressively trying to get someone to give me. That's why he has a lot of these questions here because I know what I need.
yeah, I'll give you all the knowledge you need, man. Like whatever you ask me, just hang out in Discord and in the knowledge share. I'll always post any like literally the moment I come across something new, I post it in knowledge share. You know,
Ordinals.
so
Dude,
yeah.
one of the first things I heard you say was like, our Discord's a mess. I'm not a Discord dev. I'm not a builder. We have one, but I don't care. I want to know when voice chat in your Discord. That's
In my Discord.
yes.
I'll enable it and like honestly man, like if someone else wants to like admin the Discord, like fuck bro, like go for it. Like I don't care, you know, and have a voice chat in there or like whatever, engage the community. But yeah, like I hate Discord. I feel like majority like 99% of the time I'm in Discord and like different like Discords, it's all just like noise. It's like it's so hard to filter noise, you know. So I just want like our Discord to be a place where like noise is filtered and like the correct information is being brought to the forefront for people, you know. So that's why that's like the purpose of like knowledge sharing and like, you know, dropping all the info
And
all the
I
time.
gotta ask another question. Like, you're not using bots on your Twitter account, is that right?
Yeah, there's no bots.
Dude, if you look every single time there's a knowledge share in your Discord, you're immediately putting it on Twitter and putting it out there. Every time. That is a
Yeah.
lot of content, dude.
Yeah.
Impressive, dude. That's a huge content database right there.
Yeah.
I think we could possibly help too with my community, maybe with your Discord. Just some, we got a bunch of people who like, yeah, we just been recruiting our team. Like everybody, like, yeah, it's just like what you're doing is really good work, and it's really, yeah, we could help. I think.
Yeah, thank you, man. I love hip hop. Like if you look at all the music I post, majority of it is hip hop. So yeah, yeah, I'm definitely down to connect with everyone.
All right, let's reset the room. This is the Syndicate. Earn your not bachelor's degree in BTC Ordinal Engineering with Ordinals.computer. We've been joined today by Marco Hip Hop, Mosey Calloway, and our host, So You Want to Add Attract Funding. We appreciate everybody being here, giving us your time and attention because, oh my gosh, the data load today has been significant. Ordinals, man. I'm still tripping on the concept that the 4 megabyte barrier is not really such a barrier. Like, your interface to a larger data set has to fit within 4 megabytes, but that's it.
Yeah, yeah. That's it. Yeah.
That
Like that's
JSON
why
file, you can put limited in it.
like the way I look at servers is like everyone else's servers are my servers now. Right? Like I could use like other people's servers are like a layer 2 for the Bitcoin cloud. You get it?
How dare you?
How dare you?
So, are you really trying to tell me that the Bitcoin blockchain is going to outlive Azure, IBM with Red Hat? It's going to outlive Amazon Web Services? Is that what you're telling me?
Or those services will become Bitcoin nodes.
How dare you? How dare? Well, aren't they already Ethereum nodes?
Yeah, they
Aren't
are.
all Ethereum
Yeah.
nodes on AWS US East? One?
Yeah, but I think like maybe like it depends, right? Like if bandwidth speeds are keep up and like storage keeps getting cheaper and like we can keep scaling that, then like Bitcoin can still be a local thing. But like let's say the blockchain grows, but I think that's why limits are good. Like I think the 4 MB limit and like the 10 MB blocks are like very important like security functions. Like people don't look at them like security functions, but I look at them like security functions, right? Yeah. So
Before you
yeah,
proceed, if you don't mind, Marco,
yeah.
what's going on? Marco, how does this conversation make you feel? You think it's bullshit? You think it's real? You think it's somewhere in between? Is it on the spectrum like a lot of people on Twitter Spaces?
Thank you for that introduction. So first of all, I want to say, Azure forever. I'll double down. Azure forever. I just put my hand up because two things. Ordinals, I want to thank you for giving up your time today to explain Ordinals. I think I've been listening to you for about an hour or so, and I must confess, I've learned more today about Ordinals than I have spending countless hours. So I just wanted to shout you out there and thank you, send you flowers. I think that's what they say in Web3. But also, an even bigger thank you is for my good friend Casey. And I know he won't save this, and I know he's been conflicted lately. But the fact that you have saved him creating his 1438th instance of Spatial, because he'll now focus on Ordinals, is a great thing. So I thank you.
No worries.
You promised me Glue VR, Marco. You promised me Glue VR was going to happen and I was going to be able to take my spatials anywhere I wanted. What happened? Marco.
I think he has a
Logo.
And then he bails out.
bad
Ghosted. Oh, straight ghosted. Oh man, dude. So Ordinals here. The reason why I liked what Marco was pointing at to the spatial metaverse thing is the amount of 3D assets and 3D artists that are out there that are really really struggling. And, as we're talking about what almost amounts to an unlimited data set to access through Bitcoin, like I'm thinking about the 3D asset components here and how those could possibly be actually used in a metaverse so that you can have your storage on BTC, but have.
So yeah, so have you ever seen a 3D visualization of the Bitcoin blockchain or like of your address?
No.
Yeah, so there's a tool, Google it. It's 3D visualization of the Bitcoin blockchain. Just Google that, and there's a tool where like you could input like a TXID, and then you can input like a Bitcoin address, and then it'll visualize all the transactions and everything in 3D. You know what I'm trying to say? And then it's like a 3D world of like just Bitcoin transactions floating around you, and it looks like atoms, connecting to each other, and it's a crazy 3D visualization. But yeah, you're right. Like 3D is gonna be like you could use Bitcoin to interact with 3D.
Welcome back, Marco. Wonder if Marco's having a hard time connecting.
Oh yeah. So another thing about 3D objects. So our dev, he dropped something about using XPubs as 3D objects because you know how like it's a public key is like 000, so that can be XYZ. So it can be three different planes. You get it? So
Oh.
so you could use. So what we did was like we inscripted two different inscriptions. We sent them to two different XPubs, and we want one of them to be one, and then we want another one to be, no, we want one of them to be 100, and then we want another one to be 010, and then we want to build a 3D object using two different XPubs, using inscriptions. You get it?
Yeah, I think I do.
Yeah.
Wow.
Welcome back, Marco.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I rubbed as I saw Casey on mic, and I wanted to give him the satisfaction of a response because I'm guessing that's what he was doing. And before he does respond, I will apologise, Casey, if I was being a Debbie Downer on your art, and that you're actually at something like 1,856 instances of spatial. So, if that's what you were putting your hand up, I apologise before. But now you can have your response.
You always got to be fudding my metaverse bag, Marco. I don't get it, man. No, I was teasing you before you got rugged. Like you said, the Glue VR was on the table, and I've been waiting all week to hear if any Glue VR rumors from the spatial metaverse. We didn't hear any, but I'm still hopeful that we'll be able to create in spatial, capture that creation, and hold it as a 3D asset, maybe on Bitcoin someday.
You'll be able, I think you could create 3D assets using Bitcoin keys. Like you can use three different Bitcoin keys to create a 3D asset with three different inscriptions. So what we're gonna try to do is we're gonna try to create a 3D Bitcoin wall, using three inscriptions on three different XPubs. Like that's gonna be one of our experiments. Like we haven't gotten around to that, but we're gonna try that. So then we'll be using three different Bitcoin keys as like basically like creating 3D objects. So each one will be a different plane, XYZ, but it can never be negative because it'll always be a positive. You can't go negative into a negative plane. You could always stay in a positive plane. It can never go below zero.
What type of reader or interface? How would you interface with that?
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? Like that's what these exchanges that came up really fast. That's their dilemma. Like they are fucked.
Ooh, that's what
They
I'm
don't.
like. Yeah, that's what it kind of seems like. Is that they're all like,
Yeah,
yeah, we
because
got to figure it
that's why I
out.
think.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
so like, yeah, that's why I think like if you have like 10, 20,000 inscriptions, well-designed inscriptions and like collections on chain, and you have to build like a Louis Vuitton store, with all your inscriptions in it, and people are you have to do it because if your 10,000 inscriptions get like $1 billion in market cap or $10 billion in market cap, it is worth it for you to create your own exchange at that point. You know what I'm trying to say? And then it'll be way lighter because you're only focused on 10,000 inscription metadata, right? So these exchanges are going after every metadata on Bitcoin, and there's going to be literally an infinite amount of metadata on Bitcoin. You know what I'm trying to say?
100%. That's what we
Yeah.
got.
So what we're doing, that's why
Hip-hop.exchange.
the hip hop idea is sick, because you guys are creating a moat around your metadata. You know what I'm trying to say? And you guys are building a community and a moat around your metadata in a public manner. So it's still open source. So anyone can like try to take your metadata and build a moat, but your creativity is what gives you the advantage. You know what I'm trying to say? So your moat
Yeah.
becomes valuable because the person that copied you cannot know what you're gonna do next. So it doesn't matter if they copied you. They don't know what you're gonna do next, and you're the one that's the creator of it. So you're gonna be the one that brings that innovation and that big bang value. You know?
And that's why I always give away my ideas so freely, because that is kind of always my thing. Is like, yeah, I kind of actually welcome people stealing my ideas, because if you steal my idea and even execute it, it actually just kind of gives a use case that even makes my idea even stronger. So, but yeah, like the one, like we got so many like hip hop domains. Like you know, you can see in our PFP is 3 of them right there. But like I said, we got hip-hop.computer, but we also got hip-hop.auction and hip-hop.exchange. And so those two, I really want to build out this like hip-hop, like Louis Vuitton marketplace for our NFTs. And that's really where I'm going with this. And I think that by building it out with Bitcoin, it's going to set the gold standard in hip-hop on a tech level, as opposed to just being like, oh, we got to have Snoop Dogg. It's like, no, we put our hip-hop out on Bitcoin the right ways. Then, and you like how you said 3-5 years from then, blah 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 blah. Yes, the values will accrue, but we set the standard, you know.
Yeah, and like once you have like let's say you and your artists and your team have like 5, 10,000 inscriptions on chain, and let's say these exchanges honor their rebate that they promised in creators, like 1.5%, 1%. Now you're gonna have like a stream of flow of Bitcoin that are coming to you from these inscriptions that are being sold. Like they're gonna earn that from their volume, and then once you have enough inscriptions, you're not going to need an exchange. It'll be worth it for you to create your own exchange, right? It's like you've manufactured enough goods where you can create a retail storefront for yourself, you know, and you can earn a profit and you can monetize the long tail on the internet, you know, and you don't, and because you will be lighter versus the guys that are trying to go after all the data, right? You're going to be able to undercut their fees because your monthly expenses will be less, your staff will be smaller. You know, you're not focusing on scaling anymore. You're focusing on like curating the best value, right? So each each designer store, they curate the best value they think for that specific season, spring, fall, winter, whatever, right? And they create something new and spontaneous, and people wonder like, oh, why is this worth $5,000? It's like because someone's willing to pay for it. That's why it's worth $5,000, right? Like, but it doesn't make sense to people, but it is what it is, right? So we just have to create our digital brands, and in like 5 or 10 years, these brands can be the next Yuga Labs of like Ordinals, you know, and then we can have all the exchanges can have list all their products, and we can have our little own moat where we're offering better rendering and we're offering better services around our inscriptions. You know what I'm trying to say? Because those exchanges cannot offer those services that we want for our inscriptions, right? They just want to be a place where people can buy pictures, but we want to do things with our inscriptions that allow computing, right? So
like a fashion label on the BTC blockchain that serves as a Shopify storefront.
Yeah, like you could sell your inscriptions on Shopify. You just have to send them to the person that bought them. You know, like it's like there's like a trust involved there. So that's why people don't do it on Shopify. But
Nah, he was
technically,
saying make the shop. He was saying make Shopify on BTC.
oh yeah, for sure. So yeah, so what I did was in 2019 was I created a completely on-chain checkout mechanism where like the op return data would be the delivery data that I would get, right? So I would get I would like basically the checkout form, what the product picture was on the page, then the checkout form was on the page, and then once the person swiped for the payment, the payment itself would send a part of the payment as op return in that transaction with the delivery data. So I did this on an app called Sentiment.pro. So it's still on GitHub. Like like that app, on-chain app, is still running today. No one uses it, but the fact that it was on-chain, and I leveraged other people's servers that are still going. So as long as those other people's servers are still going, this app will keep going, right? So
How
that
can you help me do something like that? I need your help.
yeah, so all you gotta do is look at like basically, bro, this app is so crazy. It loops live data on chain. So as you vote, you refresh the on-chain page, the data gets updated on the on-chain page.
You
Do you
said
get it?
as you vote,
Yeah, like basically it's a voting app, right? So it was
but
called Sentiment.
that's literally like if you see my look at my PFP, it says hip hop.game, but then it says hip hop.trade and it says hip hop.vote. And so like, counterparty already kind of
So
has
people,
this.
so we had artist indexes. Like, what do you think of artists? Give your 2 cents. So people on BSV would vote for with 2 cents, and then the 2 cent vote, it would create a UTXO that would send us the op return data for the vote. And then because it is on chain, the data is incorruptible, so and anyone can verify it. And then the vote would automatically get updated from the Explorer right in a pie chart. So
Now
you could
think about
always,
a versus battle with that.
yo, that would be crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, that would be fucking
Marco,
insane.
go ahead.
And this method would be better because it can be gamed. Like if someone tries to like push votes, you'll be able to see it on chain. You get it? So they'll be like, oh yeah, someone's trying to like manipulate the vote or whatever, you know? So it'll be very transparent. But yeah.
Yeah, Marco, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to go. I want to go back. However long ago it was, ordinals, if that's okay. You talked earlier about pricing because I think you were talking about projects that have done 10,000 PFPs or whatever it is, and you touched on the fact that their pricing was wrong. So I look at that as business model. So their business model was all wrong. So if you were and I couldn't agree with you more about the terminology NFT. Oh my God, how that has become bastardized. But anyway, we'll leave that for another day. But what does a business? Sorry, before I ask the question, and also I'm getting the sense from you that you know working in ordinals, this isn't about a short-term play. This is a medium to a longer-term business model, if you like. So if that helps frame the question, the answer, my question is, what does a business model, what does an optimum business model look like for building on ordinals?
I think an optimal business model is a very low barrier to entry for the user, right? So majority of the like business models that we see that were adopted, like the barrier to entry for the user was like just signing up with the email or something. But in this case, the barrier to entry is a cost of inscription. So the cost of the inscription should be low, right? Because or as low as you can possibly do it. And what I mean by that is like don't try to like extort profit on it. If your cost was like $10 to inscribe, charge like $20. That's 100% yield. You know what I'm trying to say? But it offers the user a very low barrier to entry with very low risk. So a good business model is designing it where the risk on the user is as low as possibly can be. So if the file that you inscribed is $70, sell it for $100. That's a fucking 40 or 60% yield or whatever. If you're able to do this on 10,000 inscriptions, 40,000 inscriptions, 50,000 inscriptions, just think about the yield that you're going to generate, right? So what I look at a business model is like plan the business model the same way big corporations try to earn yield. They don't try to earn 100x a year in growth or whatever. They do like the S&P 500 does 10% a year. You know, so if you're doing 20% a year or 30% a year, right, in terms of your yield off your inscriptions, that's really good when you're comparing it to the S&P 500, right? You don't have to extort 5, 6, 7, 10 times the cost of what you're earning because you're gonna be manufacturing goods for as long as your company is alive or as long as you intend on doing this. So you always have a manufacturing like a new supply of goods coming, right? So you're able to price goods at like that's why my goods will never be priced over like $20 or like I want to do like what Costco does, like 30% on top of the inscription cost max. You know what I'm trying to say? That way, if my inscription cost is $30, I can charge them $40 or whatever, and people will still have a low barrier to entry into the project. Once, so like I didn't even know about this business model until I actually tried it, right? So that enabled me like without all I did was I priced the lowest inscriptions on OrdSwap, and what this did was when people went on ascending order, right? This was before my collection was on like an official collection on OrSwap. So when people went to ascending order, they would see all my inscriptions as the lowest price inscriptions, right? So people that just want to like test it, they'll just be like, okay, I'll buy his inscription. It's the cheapest way for me to enter ordinals. Do you get it? So that's how they entered my description. And within like 2 or 3 days, they were all gone. And I broke even on the mint, right? But it ended up being the first collection sold out on the first to market exchange in Ordinal's history. So now I got provenance off that. While everyone was trying to whitelist and like sell, like basically whitelist, like all these whitelisting things, they're not scalable on Ordinals. You know what I'm trying to say? Like you're spending too much time doing things that are not producing things of value. So the things of value is the actual inscriptions, right? So now that I produced these inscriptions that were such low value, they were only $1,100 total, right? 100 times 11. Now each one of them is selling for $1,400, and this is within a span of 3 weeks. So I created more value for the people that bought my inscriptions, technically monetarily, than myself, right? So now my community is extremely happy with me because I offered them really low risk and they got a really good reward, right? So that creates positive like sentiment around my brand, right? So now people are excited to see, oh, what do I do next? Like now, like the way I'm gonna drop is I'm not even gonna make an official collection until it's sold out. I'm just gonna drop it at a low price on like OrSwap or Ordinal's wallet, and people will just see that, oh, this thing is cheap, I'm gonna buy it, and then they're gonna enter the eco, and they're not even gonna know they entered the eco. So like that, and then once they're all sold out, which should happen pretty fast, 2-3 days, then I'll be like, hey, this was our collection. We did another stealth drop and we sold out again, and then that'll build more attention and more brand equity towards us, right? And it'll make people even more excited. And then all of the new collectors, they only spent $15 or $20, so their risk is so low. It's just a $20 bill out of your pocket. So even if we fuck up, we are not ruining anyone's lives. You know what I'm trying to say? We are not. That is not the right design to pass the risk onto the user and then promise a product in the future. You get it? Because what I've noticed is that every single person that's done that has not delivered on the product. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Everyone that extracted value early, yeah.
Yeah.
Hello?
So no, I was going to say, yeah. So I get it. So for me, there's a few things there, and then I've got a question. But something I want to highlight. So I've been in this Web3 Twitter space for about 8 months, educating myself. You're the first person I've heard in those 8 months when they're talking about their collection. They talk about building brand equity. So kudos to you, my friend, for doing that. So I couldn't agree with you more. But what I'm starting to sense is that with A, the technology, and B, the output, whatever the output will be, because obviously it's going to be different. The typical Web3 space that we're in, and let's talk about it from a Twitter perspective, they don't sound like to me that they would be your ideal customers, because this is not going to appeal to them, right? Because they're all about trading. They're all about flipping and trading. So this doesn't sound like a quick flip trade for this kind of audience. So
So
who then is the
so
ideal?
so
So who then is the ideal customer? Or am I missing? Or am
so
I
it is.
missing something?
No, because the cost to enter is so low, they are the ideal customer. Do you get it? Like the people that are wealthy, they're the ones that can blow 10 grand on like whatever. Like people that are wealthy, they can buy whatever they want. Like it doesn't matter to them. Like they don't lose a shirt off their back. But like the normal person, right? They're the ones that are gonna be the one that are buying the $20 inscription or the $15 inscription. You know what I'm trying to say? So they're technically being tricked into being a part of something bigger. You know what I'm trying to say, without even realizing it. So like it's like people look at, like, I know when people saw my collection and they saw, oh, it's only like $11, they're probably like, oh, screw this collection, right? But then the people that were like, hey, like the new people that were like, hey, this is my cheap entry into Ordinals, it's only $11, I'm not gonna lose any money. That mindset of people, those are a majority of the people. right? And then the thing is that when we render our products, they will look exactly like an exchange. So people will have no idea what the code underlying the JSON is. They'll just see a picture, and then they'll be sending and receiving that JSON code just like normal inscriptions. And the first collection we dropped already has a marketplace, so people already did flip it, and they flipped it at like 100x, 140x. You know what I'm trying to say? So like that flipping thing is still there. It's just that our design is very low risk on the person that wants to flip, right? So people are more attracted to that. They're like people would rather risk $20 and make like $1,200 than risk like $10,000 and hoping to make 100,000. You know, like that to me happens less. You know, like if you just program the risk to be zero or close to zero at the start, then like you're technically creating a uptrend, like in theory, because the risk is just so low. Like the risk was $1,100. Like if we all collectively lost $1,100, like no one will be like, oh, I'm creating a lawsuit or I'm suing you or whatever. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, but like now it's beyond my control what the market cap is going to be. So now the higher the market cap goes, the more attention my brand will get. You know.
Just a question for Dan. Dan, it's Sunday. Can you lead us in an ordinal cardinal
I
sermon?
just wanted to say I've been entertained by ordinals on here. I don't know all the space, but I know that a lot of the stuff that you are talking about is super confident. Like there's just so much assured metrics in a lot of what you're talking about. And I don't know, man. It kind of interesting. And again, I don't know in the space enough other than to say I've been around a ton of startups and founders. And you definitely have a lot of the obscure kind of notion or language around how things will just absolutely work, such as there's just so much assumptions with it, right? Like, so here's what you should do. Now, like, it's not to say don't be defensive on the assumptions argument from my end, but I want you to do me a favor as a founder that absolutely sees the conviction of what you see, correct? Then I want you to be the first to actually stand up, turn around, look at it, and rip it apart. If you cannot rip it apart from right now, if you don't see any issue with all the stuff that you're dishing out right now, you are completely full of shit. And that's okay. That's a God-given right to be full of shit and whatnot. But at the same time, you should definitely be able to turn around and be able to do that. If you can't do that, then it's not honest. And you have a ton of so-called honest in your notions. The other thing too
Yeah.
is that
So
we can
so
also
I
encode a
agree.
lot of shit into JSON. I could encode all kinds of shit, nefarious shit, and you have like a degree of responsibility and then not as well. So help me out with that because kind of don't believe much right now.
So I agree with you. That's why like everything that we do is like at a small scale and not an experiment, and we don't go around fundraising from people and like risking other people's money because that wouldn't be fair because it's so early that
Sure, that's a
like I
defensive
can't
thing.
really
You can cut that. You don't have to explain that. That's a nice. But what's wrong with your concept? Where are the five
so
assumptions
so
that
what's
break
wrong with
ground?
it? So what's wrong with it is that the Bitcoin, it for example, like inscription costs can get too high, right? Like the fees on chain can get extremely high for like just like small scale inscriptions to not be worth it anymore, right? And then secondly, the thing that you said about JSON data is completely 100% correct. People can put uh random nefarious stuff in like any like PDF. They could put in PDFs in JSON data. They could put
You
malware
put
or
child porn in it, right?
phishing, child
Yeah,
porn.
yeah.
Yeah, they could put
That's
child porn
true.
on a Bitcoin node, and like I
Not that you would, but it's just like
so the legal around the child porn thing is very interesting, right? Because every single person that's running a full node will have the child porn on their full node,
that's
right? So
that's very dangerous, don't you think? Isn't that would
yeah,
that
I think
create shared liability and you would not know it?
um that I don't know
Yeah.
because technically you cannot stop it from happening because that's just how Bitcoin is designed. So like that's why I think that that like creating apps around index data is better than like trying to go after all the data.
Yeah,
So like I only want my 10,000 inscriptions where I know the data is like clean on my app.
sure.
You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
Yeah, and then that way like I sort of like prevent a little bit of like liability on myself, right? So like right now, someone could put up a child porn inscription on OrdSwap.
yeah.
You know what I'm trying
That's
to say?
just
Or
one thing. I'm not saying I'm not going to go down that
yeah,
angle, but
yeah,
the one thing I do
yeah,
agree with you on is the representation of, I think, of Bitcoin. What it means to me is it's a representation of sort of the digital future narrative of the human race in a lot of ways. It's sort of the token representation. When Bitcoin goes down, I think there's a certain there's certain sort of pessimistic, like, this is just shit, we can't get this going. But in a lot of ways, Bitcoin is hampered. It's not exactly being enabled in the best way, and that's largely because no one person really is going to support it, because again, it's a decentralized XYZ PDQ. Like, you kind of recognize society and then turn around and say, I'm going to create a secret society and I'll try to get a budget for it and try to make it go, but I can't really do that yet. There's so many things that are like good and confusing around it, but I do agree that it sort of like is a representation of digital belief, I think, to an extent. And I do think that there's a lot of folks that believe it'll go someplace, and it's the foundation for many other things to spawn. It may not be the hero in the end, but it'll be known as the Godfather, right? And we have a ton of those things in history, where we
yeah,
recognize the thing that started it, but it's not necessarily the thing that dominated it, right? Um,
yeah. It could end up being like radio or like the fax machine or you
but
know
but but
like
but in many
yeah,
ways, those devices get harnessed and hacked and glitched. I mean, that's what the whole internet scene is about. It's about, you make a box, you release a box, I take the box, I hack it, I create a new box, they take that box, they hack it, they create another box, right? So it's like that.
That's how technology works.
Yeah, a lot of technology works like that in terms of how it evolves and goes up the sector in terms of how it works. Um, yeah, overall, I mean, I wish you the best in what you're doing. Yeah, I look forward to tracking it over the years.
yeah. Thank
Yeah.
you. I'm very open to like criticism and like if like obviously there's like people here that are like more business experienced than me and like they've built successful products and I haven't. So I'm obviously gonna be open to like what they're saying and what they're talking about, and like if like they see something that they think is not possible, I would like to know so I can also explore it and like change my logic. Like I'm always open, like if I'm making a mistake, I'll make it publicly and then you can correct me and then I'll like correct my mistake. I'm always open to that.
But there was no mistakes really there. I tried to keep game, he came in and said, show me the bullshit, which was a great question. But the kind of the arguments here are the same arguments that have always really existed on the internet. Like I remember, like I built my first web community 23 years ago. So back then it was just like, oh, you're on the internet, you're doing something nefarious. It's like I was, it's like because it's the thing is people be like, oh, it's child molesters on the internet, and oh, it's people selling drugs on the internet, and it's like, yeah, I mean, it's when I walk out the door, those people are like right here in the city, in the neighborhood. It's like this whole internet thing is a representation of what is already in the world. You know what I'm saying? So I don't expect to hop on the internet and there's no murderers on the internet, because I expect to go to the grocery store and people there have killed people. And so life is life. But when we're here, because I think we were focused on like how do we innovate and what can we do with this tech. So I never really try to judge technology, because it's we use the same technology that can harm is also the same technology that can heal. Usually it's like when you discover fire can burn shit down or it can heat shit up, and so it's up to us to really figure it out. So ordinals is like, what can it do for us? Yes, we do definitely want to be vigilant of all of the negative ramifications that come with things, but every evolution will have those negative things. So we don't ignore them, of course, but we don't let them like also get us too detracted where we gotta apologize for child molesters when we're just
Yeah,
talking
no,
about,
man, that was
you
just
know,
an
making
edge
hip hop
case.
shit.
That was just an edge case I threw out there, and but the thing that was, and I
I
don't
get the
have
legal
issues with core
ramifications.
check. What I had an issue with was the deliverance of sort of like, man, we got it all down. You know what I mean? Because as anyone who's built anything, that is not reality. And so that was the thing I was challenging. There was a lot of, uh,
No, it's a good question, and I have a still question even with the JSON, right? So if like with the JSON, if the ordinal supports the JSON file, is the JSON, are you building the JSON in a way so that the JSON is linking to a chain of other ordinals? You know what I'm saying? Or that because it
Yeah,
loses
so
the.
the XPub collection ID, it links all the files. So it'll be on chain. So you'll just be able to just pull for that XPub key, and then now you have the whole collection in front of you. You know,
Got you.
so
Okay, now I'm
yeah,
understanding. Okay, so the XPub key is how you make the collections on ordinals. That's what you're
yeah,
saying?
yeah, and then
Now
each
I'm
proof,
following.
yeah, and then each proof is in the addresses by order because XPub creates them in order. That's how the derivative works for XPub.
I
So
get it
so
now.
then so now your collection is in order on public keys through the XPub deriv, and then each file, each public key is basically like the proof, like, hey, I like this is the art, like this is the proof for the art, and you
Now,
could sign the proof. Yeah.
now another question.
Yeah.
With Ord Swap, it says I can inscribe stuff on here. Do you suggest this, or should I use Toki, or should I use Orb Swap?
I would suggest use Toki because
Okay.
they mint straight to your address. I'm not sure. I haven't looked into if OrdSwap had changed that because I haven't received my BRC20 ORDs that I
Got you. I
minted off
assume they
OrdSwap.
wouldn't.
Yeah,
Now,
so for OrdSwap you can inscript like pictures and stuff, but don't inscript tokens. Don't inscript tokens on I would say don't inscript tokens using third-party services at all. Inscript them using a node and a word wallet, you know, just to be sure, just for security purposes.
so even
And
with Toki, you wouldn't recommend that. It's like just
yeah, and like to Dan's point, so like because we're doing this on Bitcoin, so any idea that I'm talking about that you think might be bullshit, and I think that is possible, then I'm gonna try to prove that on chain. So like that will always like if an idea is bullshit, then I won't be able to execute it on chain, and then I'll just be like, yeah, it's bullshit. But then my point is that I'm like a more of a concept person, so like I'm more like, okay, can I execute this concept on chain? If I'm thinking of this and my brain is logically thinking that, hey, this is possible, then is it possible for me to do it on chain? And if I can't do it on chain, then what I was saying was bullshit. But if I can do it on chain, then what I was saying wasn't bullshit. So yeah.
It
So that's
sounds to
why I like
me.
Bitcoin. If I'm bullshitting about something, I won't be able to do it on chain and I won't be able to execute. Whether people adopt it or not is not in my control. You know what I'm trying to say? Like that, I have no control over. Like all I can do is give people content and,
Well,
just put stuff out and just try to organize a business around this. Whether
to,
it
to Marco's
works.
point, like he was looking at pinpointing who
Yeah.
who might be the market for this. So I think let's start from first principles. Uh, the people that may be in the market for an ordinal fundamentally believe that the BTC blockchain has the ability to outlive their own organization.
Yes.
Right? Would you
Yes.
say that's a good starting point?
That's the most fundamental thing. If you don't believe Bitcoin can outlive your organization, then there is no point of you using Bitcoin.
Okay,
Because
so let's start there.
yeah, so that's the number one thing. Like this, if you're a company and you think that,
it's a
hey,
good
my
way to
company's
put
gonna,
it.
yeah, like don't use Bitcoin if you think it can go to zero one day. You know what I'm trying to say? Like there's no point of even speculating on it because you can wake up one day and everything that you have in Bitcoin is worth zero. So if you
You're
don't
better
think
off with the S&P 500. Yeah.
yeah, you're better off buying the S&P 500 straight up, and you're better off buying treasuries right now. Like you're gonna get a crazy yield. So don't buy Bitcoin because if you think Bitcoin is just something that's here for maybe 5 years, 10 years, and at one point it'll go to zero, then there's no point of you even trying to invest in any company in building on Bitcoin. Nothing. Like just move on,
It
But
sounds like the first target market that Ordinals has right now are existing NFT collections on Ethereum. Is that fair?
Yeah, the first one,
Not to
the
say
lowest.
they're using it in the way they could, but I'm just saying the people that are currently active consumers today are people that already have an NFT collection.
Yeah, I think it's like a weird dilemma for Ethereum creators because it's kind of like a loop where
It's
like you go
turning
from
your back
Ethereum.
on the chain, kind of, is how
No,
people are
but
looking at it.
you might end up going back to the chain because now you bring all your art over to Bitcoin, and now this art still needs smart contract functionality. So now you wrap it all over back to ETH. So it's like it's like yeah, Bitcoin.
So
It's like the
using
NFT
the
project
best
has to ask
part.
themselves, is the permanence worth it for them? You
Right.
know what I'm trying to
It's
say?
trying to use Ethereum for Ethereum use cases and the Bitcoin blockchain for those features, attributes, and benefits of immutability. So
Yeah,
you'd say
because
the part. Mm-hmm.
yeah, because like Ethereum teams, like they're supposed to design their business with like the smart contract logic, and like how they construct their smart contract, and they have to think about other stuff, right? So like
It would be
they're
interesting to have proof of salaries. You know how there's a bunch of people who might not get paid on Monday or Tuesday? What if you could like have an ordinal that had, look, we're gonna keep this money here and blah blah blah. Anyways, go ahead, Kip up.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, that with my project, that's what I'm doing. I'm pairing multiple chains, so it's like we got our core assets with the artist minted out on with Bitcoin counterparty, but then we're making the Hip Hop Yacht Club, which is going to be on Ethereum, and so those two things are going to be linked because the characters in the Hip Hop Yacht Club are they're gonna be their favorite rappers are gonna be the artists that's in the game, and so I'm gonna like I'm set basically giving my
Okay,
holders
I
each.
understand. You traditionally people would use a mixture of IBM, Red Hat, Microsoft Azure, AWS, and GCP. What you're saying is you're building the same functionality that one might build there in places that you think will outlive potentially those organizations, or if not,
Yes.
bring them towards this platform.
No,
Huh.
I'm building on Bitcoin, but then I'm also so my holders on Bitcoin will also get assets on Ethereum too. You feel it? And so the logic is that even though they're not talking to each other on chain, because it's like with hip hop, it's like, hey, I got a hat and a T-shirt. You know what I'm saying? Even though they don't technically talk to each other, when I put my outfit on, I'm wearing them together, and so I can use like on the centralized side, I can call data from both chains by like talking to the APIs. So like on my site, I
Mhm.
call both APIs from the explorers. Then I can do some things and then show the outputs in real time that's pulling from both things. And so I can use both chains. But it's just about seeding both holders. But like my logic is, like he said, like you like the Bitcoin users are going to need the Ethereum side for some functionality, but long term, these Ethereum side want their assets held and reserved on the BTC side. So
Mhm.
if you're able to pair that together, then you get this ultimate thing, and ETH and Bitcoin
Okay.
together give you 60% of all of the market the
Yes.
market cap.
So would you say that ordinals right now represent a way for Ethereum NFT creators or even anyone on Ethereum to extend the features, attributes, and benefits that Ethereum might not have by leveraging the BTC blockchain?
I think before even ordinals, we had that possibility because, like my man Ord Computer says, anything you think of, you can implement. So we've already been working on this on my side, but now that ordinals exist, it actually makes it more legit, more resilient, and actually better to build off of. Which is why Mosaic was like, "Yo, you gotta hop in here, bro." So yeah.
Okay, so I think I have a better feel for the market now. The market for ordinals are people who are existing BTC and Ethereum creators, let's say.
It's everybody, bro. It's the entire. I look at it's the entire market because it's everybody that's already holding, and then these future holders. Because here's the thing, or like I look at it like if I'm gonna make NFTs, right? I'd rather have my NFTs on Ethereum than Solana. You know what I'm saying? But here's the thing,
How
if
dare
on
you?
but here's the thing, when you look at the decentralization of all the chains, Bitcoin is exponentially, more secure than all of these things. So you really want your assets on Bitcoin, long term. So most people don't really understand that concept. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And so
convenience versus risk, right? Like other chains are convenience, but they bring you more risk. And Bitcoin is less
exactly.
convenient, but it's more permanent. So Bitcoin is like I don't wake up every day and worry, oh yo, my inscriptions are not going to be available today. You know what I'm saying? Like
I guess
I don't
But
worry about that.
but check this: as I'm onboarding these artists into the Web3 space, like Mosaic coming into Web3, he didn't come into Ethereum first. I brought him into Bitcoin first. That's why we're in this room. So, like, my logic is, as artists come into the space, yes, everybody knows Ethereum first, but if we get artists coming in, get them used to Ordinals first, and then get them onto, understanding all of the other stuff, they understand how to use the other things to push back to Bitcoin. And so my project is going to extend to all these other blockchains using hip hop to connect it. But the logic of it is going to show that you use your assets on this chain, but you're using it to acquire more assets on the BTC side, because that's where the actual like metaverse land and the real power. So if we actually make it more convenient on the BTC, because that's the thing, we just need more representation. That's the thing, is even on like Counterparty, because like if I wake up the Counterparty side, that's where the DJs are, where they've been there for 10 years. Like if we just need more music on there. We need more games. We need more like stuff to do. And so Ordinals is going to allow us to kind of, I think, catapult a lot of that stuff and make it make sense.
Yeah, and
the other.
one thing that I've
Go
observed also about like NFT collections, the ones that do the best have the least amount of holders. It's weird, but that's just how it works.
value and scarcity. The
Yeah.
Would that account
the
for the
other
people that?
thing
So does that say that least amount of holders is that the same person going in and buying their own stuff?
how
I
dare you?
don't,
That's what it sounds like.
I'm not sure if like it's the same person going in, because like they could possibly do it,
Yeah.
but they can possibly do it, and but like the way I dropped it is like I don't own a single one of my NFTs, and
So
this is
I
like,
just want to go back to this
oh, sorry,
target
my
market thing.
assistant.
So
Yeah.
the target market are people that are creating using BTC and Ethereum already. I'm also thinking that the target market is any large brand like a Nike who is maybe minted on Poly, for example, as another potential target market that doesn't necessarily have to be convinced of, the validity of digital assets.
So one thing that I'm really interested in exploring is like, what is the Nike logo worth from an inscription from Nike on chain? Like what would someone bid on that logo if the provenance is from Nike itself on that SAT, right? So like, yeah, I think like big brands can possibly use it. I'm not sure how they're gonna use it. Like I haven't thought of that yet. But that one thought that I have had is like, what if Coca-Cola, like using like that proof, that thing that we did or whatever, or a different proof, like put a verifiable artifact of their logo on the Bitcoin blockchain, and then was like, hey, we're letting people bid on this inscription, and then they build their own whatever, like, because the way Artifact does their NFTs is that it's all closed, like all the legal is closed, like you're not allowed to like duplicate any Artifact products, you're not allowed to do any of that stuff. So the way corporations like to do it is like they don't like to open source these type of creations, like they like control. So yeah,
I'm just thinking about if you could if someone decided to figure out how to point all of the hexadecimal codes for colors into a JSON, so that when I'm using CSS, I point to.
Yeah, 100%, man. You could do that. You could do that right now. Just
But
describe
check
it.
this, right?
Uh-huh.
Instead of putting all of the colors in, if you understand that all of the colors are already broken down into hexadecimal, only thing you need to have is, instead of putting all the colors in, you just have those 6 different places, and then those I think is what, 8
Like a
different.
for loop on JSON to
Yeah,
run
like an
through
array.
the hex.
Because here's the thing, you don't have to call every combination. All you got to do is have the ability to call the triggers that make all of the combinations. So it's
Look,
like,
if you can turn these ordinals into a JSON endpoint, which I imagine they already are, God knows.
Yeah, for sure.
And like,
Exactly. That's what it is.
yeah.
You turn it
So
into an
like,
endpoint,
yeah.
and
So
the
like,
API you configure, you have it
Yeah.
use it to do the calculations on the fly.
Well, that's the show, everyone. We can all go home now.
yeah. So like basically, I did that in like 2020, where I took the Bootstrap CDN CSS, I put it on chain, and then I was referencing that to make
Mhm.
whatever the colors or the whatever, like the buttons and everything. So
The
yeah.
composability of these
Can
JSON
you link
files
me to
can
that?
represent anything.
Pardon? Oh, so yeah. So what I did was I put like I took the how like the link for the CDN is like
No, I'm
the
hip. I'm
Bootstrap
saying,
page.
can you give me that link? Like, would I be able to use that on my web server?
Yeah, you would be able to use it. I probably lost that. It was on BSV, so I probably lost that TXID. But I
But
am
that's a
gonna.
good idea for like a site. Like, think about this, right? With the
Yeah,
CDN stuff like that we need, like with Bootstrap and like React and like just the updated versions of that,
I would
just having
never,
that.
dude, I would never build a website with GoDaddy again if I could just inscribe all the data I need for a website and bam,
Exactly.
here it is forever.
Yeah,
But
and then
you make your
and then
own
the big and
CDN
then
with the main
yeah.
files that people
Uh-huh.
use, like fonts and just those main libraries that
Now,
developers use. You put those on the thing, and you just start like a hub right there, because now you're onboarding developers, and that's a way to now connect Web 2 websites and get the Web 2 websites all using BTC just in their library header files, the metadata on their websites.
strings of text can be very verbose depending on what you decompile it with or compile it with, It
Yeah.
could be JSON one day, Python another, fucking bytecode the next.
Don't forget
Imagine you have
Rust.
bytecode that represents a functionality. Go ahead, Dan.
No, I just don't want you to forget Rust, because I know that you're always pimping that shit. So put Rust in there too.
Look, Rust is the future. I mean, they're
Yo,
building Ethereum in Rust.
Ordinal is Rust. Ordinal is made in Rust.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, it's made in Rust. Yeah.
There you go, Dan.
Yeah,
Dude, that's
Dan,
for you,
Ordinal is made
man.
with
It's
Rust.
like it's sentient now, dude. It's like everything you've ever wanted, man.
We
Like
breathe
dude, I don't know if you guys
oxygen
are
into
smoking. I'm
metal.
starting to
That's
smoke
what Rust
now.
is.
Mark, you need to get some weed over there, man, because we got to get our delusion going on here. But I do. Here's the thing I love about delusion. Enough delusion and a compressed timeline can create what? Realization. Which alongside realization can create what? Momentum and interest. Can momentum and interest be more powerful than the technology itself? Of course. Everybody knows the power of a song. Everybody can feel a song pick up a crowd of 70,000 people and turn them into a machine. Absolutely. So I get it. But the game is the long game. So like anything, diversify your delusion. It works best.
I think you just described NFT PFP space.
For sure. But yeah, I'm gonna get going, guys. It was great
All right.
talking to everybody. Yeah. I'll
Great
probably
job. We put you on the hot seat today.
yeah. Thank you everyone, and thank you Dan
Yeah,
for
man. Thank you. Thanks for coming in here, because
yeah.
I love the stuff that you dish out, and you have a very kind of Steve Jobs in the garage kind of vibe in terms of like, we're gonna just push this shit out and get it done, and we'll see what's on the other side. But this is our current logic for it and how we approach it. That's really admirable, man. So we need more people like you out there creating and changing.
Thank you. Yeah, I believe in starting small and then like trying to build up instead of like starting big and then like losing all the money.
And the fact that you appear to have some business sense is a big tick in my box. Um, and I was smiling every time you were using the word moat, because again, in the Web3 space, I'm not sure I've heard people talk about building their moat. So I think you're better than you think you are, Ordinals. So I just wanted
Thank
to highlight that.
thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, take care, guys.
Peace out. Peace out.
All right, Dan. I've been begging for it. Can you give me the sermon?
What? I don't have a sermon right now.
Yay, the ordinals.
Oh no, man. I think it's all good. I like hip hop though. Hip hop came in like, "Hey, back off that motherfucker, man. He's all right." I was like, "All right." I like that. That's good. I mean, you know, it's
It's like they played against each other in the championship and then became part of the Team USA.
yeah. I mean, right now it's a traumatic time for a lot of people. Again, if this bank collapse actually occurs, so in a lot of ways, we need as much belief and as many other things as possible to keep us going. Because everything we thought we could trust is actually not true. So I think that's the thing that's hard right now is that there's so many things we can't trust. So I just I'm wonky on anything that's like, oh, it's totally gonna work. I'm like, ah, man, I've been in that movie. Like it doesn't work. You know what I mean?
But here's the thing: what did they ever say that we could trust other than Bitcoin? Like other like everything else other than Bitcoin is kind of like you kind of know what you're getting into. It's a copy of Bitcoin. It's a replica, and so it's like they have purposes and stuff. But is anything there fully built for trust other than Bitcoin? You know?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I mean there's so many things you can extrapolate that. Like the creators I guess what I'm trying to say is like you say like what else can you trust? Well, you and I trust if we go a stoplight that we should be able to go through a green light and not get hit, right? So we
I don't trust that. Whenever I get to a stoplight, my
all
mother
right, I
said,
know,
like,
but
when you get to a stoplight, just always think that a drunk driver could go through.
okay,
And like, I always, when I go to a stop sign, kind of think of that, when I'm riding a bike or in a car or walking.
I know, but you understand what I'm saying.
I do, but it's like a healthy distrust, right? Like,
But
you
you
gotta,
trust something. Do you trust your bank? Why would you bank there if you
no,
don't trust your bank? You should put all your
I
money in your
don't.
mattress, right?
Exactly. That's why, I've been so bullish in like Web3.
Yeah, but so much of the world requires you to have a bank to do anything with the rest of the people in the world, right? So what I'm saying is that like we as a people create foundations of trust. We do that. We make things, even devices that are potentially dangerous. We create standards around them so that when we create compliance, we create these mechanisms to sort of protect things. Just because like the thing with Bitcoin is it has no one governance. It's sort of seen as the ultimate savior on so many things, yet it's had its own dismay in the market in terms of its own economy side, right? We had the Voyager thing, we've had
How? But
FTXX,
here's the
and
thing:
right.
the FTX has nothing to do with
But is it
Bitcoin,
not
right?
part of the
Now,
crypto world? Correct.
no, not at
Yes, it
all.
is.
And so
How is
it can't be.
FTX and the notion of cryptocurrency as an exchange not connected to Bitcoin? I mean, it's like saying, oh, here's a
It's
great
the same
example.
like
JP Morgan Chase right now is deflecting all of its responsibility on the Epstein court case, right? They're saying they should have no liability whatsoever because of a recent hire. So the massive bank is going to put everything in liability, which is laughable in the courts if you think about it, on one person in terms of like casting liability. I mean, Bitcoin is part of the crypto. The crypto market was created around Bitcoin. It's the pariah of that whole space. So for every crypto disaster to say that that doesn't affect Bitcoin's reputation or notion of stability, I think is hard. I think that's a big stretch because
that's literally like saying that uh uh there's black people out there who are going to rob you, so that affects all black people. And like, perception of things is your perception, right? And so I don't think, one, FTX had nothing to do with Bitcoin because they weren't even dealing with
you and I may
Bitcoin.
know
Like, the
that,
whole
but does that mean it changes the perception?
but here's the thing, again, perception versus facts. You feel me? And so, again, even if they were using Bitcoin, the use how somebody uses it and what the technology are not the same thing. That's just like how you threw in, like, child porn into like Bitcoin. It's like child porn is everywhere, just like how you're set, like with theft. Theft is everywhere. So it's just like I just used the internet, early internet, like everything was like that happened on the internet was because I had a website 20 years ago. It was like people were like, "Oh, what are you doing on the web? Why do you have a website? Do you got child porn or you know what I'm saying?" It's like
Mhm.
because you're in a space, you're associated with the negative stuff of it, even though that you can be using that technology only for the good
Sure,
side of it.
I see
So
that.
I'll just say like Bitcoin FT if FTX was using Bitcoin, if people were using Bitcoin, there would be no point for them to use FTX. People who were using FTX did not understand decentralization. It's like if you don't own your keys, you don't own your assets. And so if you're 90% of the crypto market, like they have their funds on centralized exchanges. And so it's not just about Bitcoin, is are you using your Bitcoin properly? You know what I'm saying? And so once you understand you got if it's a decentralized asset and you put it into under centralized control, you take your wild animal and put it into a zoo, your lion's not the same animal anymore. And so with that, we got it. Like if people understand that their stuff is wild animals that should live free, then you wouldn't have these like the FTX is like SeaWorld. And so we're just like, oh, we're now we're surprised that the animals are in bad conditions. It's like, no, if you love the animals, you don't need a SeaWorld. And so, yeah, I'm just saying if people really understand Bitcoin, we won't have all of these scammers and all of these like things. So those things are opposites of each other.
Yeah, I'm with you, but maybe that's just it. The path to understanding it actually has not been as easy as we hoped, right? But I mean,
But it's never going to be that easy, right? Is the path to truth
yeah,
ever
but I mean, to
easy?
say that the people that used FTX didn't realize just how decentralization works is crazy. That's like
Is
me
that
getting
crazy?
a lemonade, a slushy lemonade, and not
No, no,
realizing
no.
that
Think
if I
about that
chug it,
for
my
real.
brain freezes. Like I would
When
learn
you when
after the
you
first one.
when you get that slushy lemonade, you knew damn well that was not good for you. Like if you're not
Oh my
buying it
god! So
because
now
it's
we
good
can't
for
get
you.
slushy lemonade because you should have
I'm
known
not
better
saying
than
you
that.
can't, but I'm not saying you can't get it, but you know what you're getting. I'm just saying you know what you're getting and you know why you're getting it. Like if I get a slushy and I get a brain freeze, I knew what I was getting into, but I was risking it because I wanted to taste. It was
And what
delicious.
about the people who
People got
didn't know
into
that?
FTX
Who just wanted, they
because
thought they
they
were getting a lemonade. They had no idea it was going to cause a neurocontusion tumor in their upper front cortex of their brain. Maybe
And so,
lemonade should be
and so here's
regulated.
my thing. When you go to 7-Eleven and you go into 7-Eleven for something to put into your body, I'm just saying you kind of know which FTX was 7-Eleven. So people were going to 7-Eleven to get some food. And so it's a thing of convenience. That's what it was. And it was a trade-off for security. And that's it. It's just an education thing there, but most people don't want education. They want
So we're
convenience. And
saying
so
that Voyager was like Waffle House. I mean, I'm with you. It's
pretty much.
entertaining.
All of these centralized, because these are all centralized exchanges, right? Why do we need these centralized exchanges? You know, so now some of they make it more convenient to get in and to, but from there, once people are in, you know, some things you need for to switch between blockchains. So some there are purposes, but for the most part, 90% of all the money and or if you go on coin market cap there is stored in centralized exchanges. If people understood that your stuff in centralized exchanges is at risk, it would not be that way. And so like when Coinbase was when the market took a nosedive last year and Coinbase was like, oh, we might go belly up. They put that thing out saying if Coinbase goes belly up, everybody who has wallets with them, they lose their money. And so if like that doesn't help Coinbase's business model for everybody to pull their money out and put it into decentralized wallets. But if it helps the space. And so yeah, so people aren't going to teach people to go eat healthy. They're going to say, "Hey, buy my fast food because it makes us the most money." But we can't blame Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a path for, you know, getting out of these problems if properly utilized. But we need good examples of it because we got a lot of bad examples out there. So we got to lead by example. know if I rugged or we still here.
No, man, you ended with a powerful note. I
Okay,
think people
cool.
are just digesting. We're having a good spar on some good stuff here, and that's classic hip hop. If you think about it, really good hip hop is about the ebb and flow of notions. Behold, you know
But
what I
you
mean?
think about the market in that same gentleness, like of
Yeah.
ebb and flow, right? Like if when Bitcoin goes up, like it must go
Hmm.
down. When it goes down, it must go up. And so if we're looking at the market conditions and making any determinations on it, it's just like making, determinations of the water, but not factoring in the tide. The tide's gonna come in and out, so the level of the water is gonna go up and down. And so we just gotta, understand that it's healthy when it's breathing. When the market's moving, that's it. That's it being healthy because it's breathing. That's all it is. And we inhale, we exhale, and it's going to keep repeating in that cycle. And so, I think as people, we get so caught up in the capitalistic financial side of it. We think when money's being made is good, and when money's being lost is bad. But actually, the system existing is good, and then the system functioning is good. And so whether good actors or bad actors are on the stage, the fact that the platform is here, it's I think that's the benefit. But I'm about to make me some ordinals. Sitting here, I was working on my Jason file already because I was about to put some East together.
I thought you were going to
About to
say,
use some
I'm about to make myself some ordinal stew. You know,
ordinal stew.
that actually sounds like a podcast.
There you go. It's interesting because on this ord swap like exchange, like if you sort it by the most expensive NFTs on here, the ones that they got listed for the most amount of money are pretty much all just like JSON files, like little they're just images of like little pieces of JSON code, and they got them listed. Like one of them is listed for like 10 billion Bitcoin, even though it's only 21 million Bitcoin. But the thing is, by it listing it by so much, is just the number one at the top of this, page. So it's just marketing now. It's just advertising to just show certain things, which is interesting. Because here's the thing, like, if you understand that, like, okay, they're putting that up, it's never ever going to be sold because it's like it's not enough BTC in the world for anyone to ever buy the NFT. But by it existing and being listed for that much, it's advertising something. Like, boom, when you click on it, you now see that whoever that wallet holder is now the person who's just, I don't know, that's just some type of advertisement, and it's it can be leveraged and just these things. But sometimes the point isn't to make money. Sometimes the point is just to make a point. When you can put some data out there and have it out there forever, it's interesting what points you can make, because it's like these are time capsules. These are like putting a note in the bottle, or like sending communications out into the solar system to the aliens. It's like, who knows who'll interact with these things right here, 100 years from now, because they're gonna look back at this as the archive. Because I just look back 5 years ago with, was the rare Pepes and stuff was launched on Counterparty, or, the crypto kitties or crypto punks or whatever. It was only like 5 years ago when some of these Bored Apes was only launched 2 years ago. You know what I'm saying? When you think about how fast something can have an impact in this space, you know, we look at things like they've been here for a long time. It's like, wait till it is actually a long time.
from what I can see, the people who already have Bitcoin and already have Ethereum and have used Bitcoin and Ethereum to create businesses for themselves are all going to be darkening the ordinal doorstep in their roadmap. That's as far as I can see.
But the thing is, when you the same way that Ethereum can bridge, using Emblem Vault, every project can also do the same thing. So imagine a Polygon project who minted on Polygon because it had low fees, but then they ended up minting out, and now they got a nice budget where they want to add more value to their Polygon collection. Now they may take certain rarities and put them out as ordinals and just deliver more value
Yeah,
to their collection.
like Nike has Polygon NFTs, right? I'm pretty sure.
I think so. I'm not
Hold
sure.
on, let me look that up. Because I'm just thinking, what is the initial market? Well, the initial market are those people who have already spent money to do these things. Nike meets Concord. Let's see. Let's see. No, that's not it. Wait.
I used to work at the Nike HQ. I was a software developer at Nike for a little bit.
Well, just to the top. And Polygon is legendary for its NFT deals. Starbucks, Nike, Reddit. So to me, if we're gonna ask ourselves who the market is, it's the market that has already paid to conduct creative experiments using Ethereum, Polygon, what have you.
But that's a proven market, right? And so,
Mm-hmm.
but I think that a lot of the space is always going to be the new people coming in, and so like let's say right now, you're considering, like, I'm sitting here putting out my first music NFTs, right? And so, like, as I hop in this room, it's like I'm planning. It's like, am I putting them on Matic? Am I putting them on Ethereum? It's like, oh shit, I can order notes these motherfuckers actually. And so, but the thing is, the reason why I was building out my project on BTC is because you got all of these options, but at the end of the day, on the security side and on the money side and on a social side of branding, Bitcoin is already the big market leader in everything. And so everything else is already a step down from Bitcoin. So they offer other pros, but if you can build from Bitcoin and then utilize the pros of these other chains and their market caps, but connect it back to Bitcoin, that was always my vision. But I just think that it's not just about Ethereum projects coming over to Ordinals. I think anybody in the space right now, if you just hop in on to make an NFT, you'll, like, now you got this option of Ordinals where the value of it. Because here's the thing, I wouldn't really make an NFT on Solana or Binance for longevity. That, because they're both centralized exchanges, whereas Ethereum, Avalanche, Tezos, Polygon, they're decentralized in theory, but Bitcoin is the most. So it's like, but you want to tap into all of those communities because Binance, even though their NFTs may not be decentralized, they got the largest centralized exchange in the world where money's moving back and forth. And so, yeah, to in a way to really get everybody, you got to go to where people are at. You got to go to wherever people enter the web space and give them a way to connect back to the mothership. And I think hip hop is the way to do that. I think with getting this shit into music, when people, we can touch their ears even first, because before they even start hopping on the blockchain, if we put that, start putting it out in songs and start embedding it out there, and it's coming because I've already been watching it. Like, yeah, but like Money Man is like a good example. Money Man, like he dropped this like a Web3 like song back in 2017 when he was signed to Cash Money. He got his record deal. He got paid $1 million in Bitcoin last year, but like now, because he been doing, like, he got paid $1 million in Bitcoin for his record deal. That's, he documented that, and but from there now he got other rappers who like would never ever be talking
Hmm.
about like
Yeah.
stuff. They like mention NFTs in their stuff now.
Bitcoin will be the preferred way for a large swaths of millennials and Gen Z to get paid. And there's nothing stopping that. You know what I mean? Right? So you essentially have an embedded market of the largest demographic cohort in the US.
100%. And here's the thing: if you can, because like with like the NFTs on my project, like so with each artist when we add them to the hip hop game, like Mosaic, there's 1,000 Mosaic trading cards, but they're locked in a dispenser. And so they're all at the price of 1/1000th of a Bitcoin. So when they all sell out, it'll require 1 Bitcoin, to sell out that whole collection. But then it's, distributed amongst, 1,000 holders in theory. Now, the point is, by locking the value in a dispenser, it creates like a liquidity pairing. And so because of that liquidity pairing, I can say that nobody will have that token unless they pay X amount to get it. And so I
Hmm.
love I love that logic of how Counterparty has that protocol in there, and that protocol has been on chain operating, over a decade now. And so my logic is, if I take these ordinals, I can make my Counterparty asset, lock it, in a
Uh-huh.
dispenser on chain, but connect it with the actual ordinal file. So I got the Counterparty BTC talking on that thing with the ordinal thing. And then, like he was saying, of when you get your asset, you got to make sure you get the BR20 as well as the token.
Yeah.
But imagine if you just also got the counterparty asset too, and now you got the
I'm
whole
just
thing. That's how you deliver it.
I'm just thinking about all the people who don't know if they're going to get a paycheck starting next week. Is there a way to use ordinals to show proof of ability to pay salaries on Monday?
Yes, 100%.
Right? And I think there is.
100%. Like, especially like if you use, like, let's say you even use like my community, for example. Let's say I got 40 artists. Let's say I got a bank that has like $100,000 in it. Let's say every week I send each of those artists $100. So that just means that every week that's $4,000 I got to pay out to boom boom boom. Now if that's been paid not in the equivalent of dollars, if instead it's like saying I got this amount of Bitcoin each week, every artist gets this amount of sats, right? Now I know I have enough sats in there for 25 weeks based on what it is. The amount that's in there is always visible. The amount that's going out is visible. You could even make it so that they get paid, relative to what's in the
Yeah.
pot. You know what I'm
You could
saying?
set it up such that, hey, you know what? If you're the next Drake, how about we agree that my income is capped at 10 million or 1 million or 5 million, and then everything after that transfers onto a new agreement, right? So we could actually build into the contract the freedom of the artist through a declining balance.
But you never have to even. I mean, yes, you could. But here's the thing: an artist would never even have to even sign the contract like that with the NFTs. The artist could, from the get go, if they understand their power, they could say, "Hey, we got up to this point. Like we can partner up until this point." And then, like, as opposed to saying I'm under
Mhm.
y'all until y'all free me, it's just saying,
Yes,
hey,
exactly.
y'all can work
Uh-huh.
with me until the terms are up. So it's all about the power structure. It's not just
It's
about the money.
it's Motown's wet dream, if you could think of it from the artist's perspective.
I see, yeah, 100%. But hip hop is the way to really show this, because hip hop's always
Hmm.
been enslaved. Since the first, like, since
Right,
Rappers Delight
right,
dropped,
right.
they took
Uh-huh.
advantage of them, and it's always been, if not financially taking advantage than socially taking advantage.
Uh-huh.
And so like, I would I'm gonna love to see like really like if I can get what I'm doing, well, when I get what I'm doing up and running, like, the fruits of the labor of it, I just think will be, artistically beautiful because like the last rapper that I managed, right? Like he didn't curse at all. Like we were making songs about pizza and like we did stuff about like anything like we just whatever we wanted to as opposed to doing whatever we thought we had to do. You know what I'm saying? And so it allowed like we instead of trying to get a record deal, he ended up running for Congress, for mayor, and I ended up getting him like Instagram, sponsorships like, Facebook, McDonald's, Gucci, all of them ended up paying him, thousands of dollars just to like make Instagram posts. And so by us using social media and building like this like a brand of love, like we built our own like revenue model and like found our own like ways to make it work as opposed to being like, oh, I got to go out there and rap about selling drugs so that a record label could, sign me. And so it's just going to be more freedom here when we get these ecosystems set up so that NFTs can connect artists directly with their communities and they grow together because the main thing that NFTs allow is when you buy something from an artist, traditionally you were just a consumer. Now, what happens when you buy these NFTs? Yes, you're a consumer, but you instantly join the team of the
It,
artist,
it
and you
turns all the hipsters into investors.
and investors. But like, if I'm a fan, I'm talking about my favorite rapper a lot. Like, I'll be like, yo, you need to check out some Aesop Rock. You know what I'm saying? And like,
Hmm.
while I'm spreading that message, I never get returned on it. And I've been listening to Aesop Rock for over 20 years. So imagine how many people I didn't put onto. But if that was an NFT where, when I bought, music for Earthworms back in the 90s, where I was, growing with his value because I found this rapper when nobody knew who he was, and now lots of people know who he is. And so if we once we that's where NFTs is going to switch the game because now it's going to make it so that as a fan you really want to find the undiscovered artists, the untapped jewels, and get behind them early and grow with them. I think most musicians in Web3 they're releasing their art in like as glorified CDs still. So they're not building it out in a structural way that will really connect the dots and make these things for the communities. But once the artists are building in a way and then that really support what they're trying to do, like it's really going to revolution and it's just really just thinking of certain things and applying it.
It's really that idea of the super fan that you can actually have a part of your, your a distributed A&R team, I guess.
100%. And so it's this book that I got introduced into like when I was just like a indie artist, and it was I forget the book, but it was like basically it was saying as an independent artist, you only instead of a record deal, you really just need 10,000 like super fans. And like if you just think about if you got 10,000 fans who would all give you who would spend, who would buy like 10 of your albums, that's like $100, that's a super fan. That's like they you just got 10,000 people to give you $100. That's $1 million. Now when you think about that same concept, if you take an NFT collection, it's generally broken down into 10,000. And so that 10,000 is the same. If you sell out an NFT collection, it's pretty much the same thing as being an independent artist and getting your 10,000 super fans. And so the logic was those by just getting that 10,000 fans one time, you in theory got enough to support your career forever. And so with that logic, just taking one NFT collection of 10,000 as an artist, selling that out, you now have enough of a fan base of super fans who in theory just supported your
Right.
career forever.
Yeah, it's to own the subscription ecosystem of everyone that buys is huge. Like I know comedians who have created an entire career off of 20 people being a loyal following. And if those 20 people bring their husband, wife, spouse, friend, you have a sold out show in a small room. And they've been doing that for a decade, not a part of any club scene.
So just imagine if instead of even having to go to a club, those 20 people, they just get the joke that you just send them a joke. Like whenever you come up with a new joke, those 20 people get the joke first. Boom, 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 boom. They, you just add the value to that small crowd and they keep growing and you spread it in a way. So like maybe when you put the joke out, they got an NFT of the joke. So as that joke gets popular, it's like your super fans already got the joke as an NFT. You know what I'm saying? And so all that to say is it's infinite ways to add
Mm-hmm.
value once we get creative, but we got to start making these models that can be copied and replicated and grown upon. So the artists got to innovate here with the artists and the engineers have to come together and innovate because just even think about how he was talking about he was like, oh yeah, I uploaded that css the cdn
Yeah,
file or whatever,
yeah.
but just like thinking about applying that in
Oh, it's
in
not.
ways,
Uh-huh.
because it's so many different things. Like I guess even as like a artist, imagine if they're the way to even maybe throw that into a beat. I haven't even fully
Yeah,
processed that.
yeah, no, 100%. If you can have a beat on one inscription, you have vocals and you match their BPM, you could have autonomous, mixes if everyone starts, right, at the same beat.
Exactly, and so the project that Mosaic and I are releasing, the Bitcoin Billionaires project. We're releasing our acapellas, our beats, the BPMs, the lyrics, the full songs, and then AI art with it all. And the vision is that people will be able to take it and recreate it, and so but if we could put it all straight directly on chain and then connect it, that's even iller. So it's a
Yeah,
rabbit hole.
yeah, because right now you're using Sound Exchange, you're using Ditto Distro or TuneCore, right? If you're a 16 to 25-year-old person making music, you're probably using a mixture of Sound Exchange, TuneCore, Distro Music, and Ditto Kit to get your UPC, EAN, and ISRC codes. Yeah, I think the major thing here is that
Hold on,
there is a
keep going
part.
with that thought. Keep going with that thought. Where are you going with that
Mm.
thought?
So, because right now, why do people use DistroKid, Ditto Music,
To
Sound
track their
Exchange?
to track their like the stuff and to get distribution, right?
Well, to get the ISRC code, the UPC and EAN code, because that's the code that all of the distributors, radio stations, SiriusXM uses for attribution and royalty payments. So I know some
So how,
comedians that I
so how
work
do you
with.
connect this? Like break. I see where you're going with
Well,
this. Connect that to the NFT for me. Like, are you saying
so
set
so
up the distribution thing, then put the thing in the fat like go.
so I'll explain it this way. Imagine that every song, right, has a unique identifier to it. And that unique identifier is the ISRC, UPC, and EAN code. Now, that doesn't mean you still don't have to register your patent or protection with the US Patent Office or what have you. But for the purposes of attribution of royalties, when you use DistroKid, Ditto Music, or Sound Exchange, or any of these other services, and Chance the Rapper talked about this, right? Where he used, I think, TuneCore or DistroKid or something like that to upload his music so that he would have 100%, so he would have the rights over to it. But the idea is that if you can buy your ISRC codes in bulk, which you can, I think we talked about that last time, right? If you can buy these ISRC codes in bulk and they're yours by law, and then you use those to inscribe information on the Bitcoin blockchain, then you can essentially have your distribution network set up as your own label. Right now, SiriusXM will not accept the Bitcoin Ordinal Satoshi address as ways to pay royalties. But if you're setting up your own ecosystem that's wants to be its own Spotify one day, there's no reason you can't build it on here. I would just have to understand how the audio is maybe either stored somewhere or compressed. The compression is the interesting part. because you can have, codecs that allow you to, make very verbose JSON. How might you reconstruct a song with a JSON? I don't know. Let's find out. Maybe if you put all the instruments on chain, you can just reference them. It all boils down to waves and Fourier transformations at a certain level. We just don't see that action happen in the background. We're just using Fruity Loop Studio trying to be like Soldier Boy. It's not if, but when. There's a market for this ecosystem, and the market's not going away. Every time a Silicon Valley bank falls, Gen Z earns their Bitcoin wallet.
Yeah, that's why I always say, like, the FTXs and all of those things, like, like at the end of the day, these are they're good problems in a way.
They
it's
are
like
productive failures. Yeah.
exactly. It's like we see what this is. Like we know what this is. Every time a FTX comes, we see it from a mile away what it is. It's useful. It's like and the things is like the justifications is always, but I'm making money doing it. But I'm making money, but I'm making money doing it, and so we get so used to making money being right that we ignore the logic behind the profit. And so, yeah, we need to be knocked back into situation regularly to get to understand what's
How do we
important.
inscribe a barrel of oil?
I don't know, but here's the thing. I don't be knowing if all of that be necessary. I know you can use this for like supply chain stuff. So if you want to keep track of, because you're talking about a fungible asset. The barrel oil is fungible, right? And so once you start inscribing, you're making it non-fungible. And so it's a little easier to connect fungibility with fungibility in a way. That's how you got like stable coins. But again, you even see how that works. So I don't know. Do you really want to inscribe? You know what I'm saying? Like connect, because that just sounds like to me complicated, but it's could be very possible. Like the same way you like age liquor, you take you some whiskey and you put it, take some scotch and put it away for 50 years. But if you were able to inscribe and be like, yo, this is stored away and this physical thing is in its vault, and now you're inscribing that, kind of makes sense to some degree.
Well, it's also a layer of transparency, right? The complaints against any bank that fails or any service that fails, whether it's Silvergate or SVB or Luna, is, the lack of transparency around what assets it does hold and what liabilities it holds against those. So, yeah, this is just going to keep happening. And I fundamentally believe that it doesn't matter necessarily how it works, because you have millennials being the largest demographic cohort in the US. And so that means they get to decide to do what they want. And for the first time, millennials en masse in California are experiencing what it's like to have a bank failure. They never experienced 2008. They graduated after 2008. And so now that they're seeing their worst nightmares writ large in front of their face, and seeing their parents line up at First Republic, it's they have a saying in Trinidad: "What hasn't happened in years can happen in a day."
Hey, I love it. Like, me, I made and lost 1.5 million in this shit. And, making a million, I learned some things and I was just like, oh shit, I thought I knew a whole bunch. But losing a million, I learned a whole bunch of stuff that I didn't learn in making a million. And so those lessons I couldn't have bought. And so
It's an
it's
expensive tuition, but it is tuition. Yeah.
yeah. And so all of that to say is, all of these FTXs and those things, they are expensive tuitions. That is, the
Mhm.
Silicon Bank thing that just went down. Oh shit, that's an expensive tuition that a lot of people just learn.
I'm not even a Bitcoin maxi. Does that make sense? You know, but I can.
Michael, you're worse. You're a you're
Uh,
you're a Bitcoin ally. That's the problem with you, my friend.
oh no, you take that back.
Full circle.
We have an audience. This is
Hilarious.
recorded. How do you say that to me?
Mhm. Oh, how dare I indeed.
And I'm just Gen Z friendly.
Bro, I'm a Bitcoin maxi until I get around other Bitcoin maxis, and I'd be like, bro, I can't even talk to y'all, motherfucker.
Yeah, Bitcoin maxis have given Bitcoin maxis a bad name. You're listening to the Syndicate. Earn your not bachelor's in BTC Ordinal engineering. Does it matter? Does it? Who knows? Pearls, you following all this?
It's
I'm not.
it's DJing conversations from people as if they still matter. We'll decide this week. Yet another week of insanely madness. What will happen? Will Silicon Valley Bank get itself out of bad times? Will hip hop make a billion things with ordinals? And will he acquire yet more domains? Net internet domains that shape his empire? That was one other thing he kind of did there. That always kind of grabbed me because I have friends that are like that. They have like 600 internet domains, and they're like, yeah, those are my 600 startups. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, I haven't launched them all yet, but they all mean something to me. I'm like, ah.
Bro, I feel so attacked right now. I got 200 URLs on deck, and they all mean something to
I
me, and
got,
they're part of my ecosystem, and none of them are launched right
Yo,
now.
I got homeyschool.ca.
hey man, I got about 60, so I'm with you. Some of them are really good.
All of mine are like hip hop dot stuff now. Like I just went down that rabbit hole. I got a bunch because I've been doing this for like 20 years, but like
That's smart.
yeah, because they all going to be part of my ecosystem, different parts of the utility. So yeah, but nah, you're right. Like in my head, they're all their own companies, and like, bro, I always was like, it sounded really crazy always, but like now that the blockchain here is, I can really build these in ways where it all makes sense because like, you know, even when I had my websites, when I had my websites up and running, I had it working so that I had 10 websites running off of this one database. And so they were able to use each other's page ranks to the one database, because it was all of these different faces, they collectively were growing each other in ways. And so like I definitely see the benefit of all of those domains and getting them in a system, because once you get them with all their, like, I guess, different IPs or different things like that, and you can have them interfacing with each other. And so, but yes, it's actually a little easier because the way I'm gonna do this, like I'm gonna have my 50 websites running off of one database. It's just like on this thing is this functionality. So here's hip hop.trade, here's hip hop.vote, here's hip hop.exchange, here's hip hop.auction. And so yeah. But yeah, it's crazy, but yeah. I feel your friends. Yeah, definitely appreciate the space. I definitely learn some good stuff here today. I like to learn in the
Well,
space.
I'm glad someone understands it. It's one of those things where I just want to stay close to ordinals. There's a few folks in our networks that have expressed the interest in exploring ordinals, but there's just not the people who know what they're doing are in a small minority. So anytime I can get a chance to pick their brain, understand where we are, it's a plus. Hey, hip hop, let me know when next you're in Ghana. I'll have some people for you to meet at the studio.
Oh, I've never been to Ghana. I've never been to Africa. I'm from DC.
It's funny. I played a gig this week for one of the schools, and they started
Yeah.
dancing. I play steel pan and I teach music here in Toronto. So I went out to a school to play a fashion show, an Afro Caribbean fashion show that one of the schools is putting on, the students. And I started playing music, and the first song I played was Bob Marley's Jammin', and that usually hits. But people kind of just watched and listened and, had their hands in their lap. But then when I started playing Afrobeat, like Burna Boy and Tamido, they started dancing. Like they got up and started dancing. And I know they haven't heard this stuff before. Guaranteed. Right? So I was like, this music is like making them move even though they haven't heard it before. And that's pretty powerful stuff.
Oh yeah, I first got tapped in Afrobeat like through like parties in Brooklyn, maybe about like 15 years ago or something. And it was one of those things where I'm not much of a dancer, but like it was one of those things where it's like Afrobeat came on, it was like, all right, we moving in here, and it
Uh,
was like it's a vibe, and so it's one of those things of yeah, it makes sense why it's doing what it's doing, but it is the new generation where how the sound has evolved. Like Bob Marley hit in relation to what was there. Now, in relation to what people are sonically used to, Afrobeat, it's more modern sounding in a way to people, so that it's a little even, it pulled them in a little even quicker, but it still can give you that like Bob Marley like, core rootsy feel if you get the right kind of sound in there with the percussion. So yeah, it's a good thing. Definitely a good way to pull in people right now is that Afro beat. It's definitely the new reggae.
how dare you? I'm Guyanese. I felt that. You might be right. I mean,
Re-
Emma Piano's the new house. So,
You said what? Oh, ammo. Somebody was just telling me about
yeah,
that, saying that
Emma
the new house.
Piano, dude. Uh-huh. That's the new house music. The way they mix this stuff is a little Emma Piano. Oh, hold on. Whoever's engineering this stuff is on another level. Oh, thank you. All right, here it is. Put to the top. I think it's at. So if you jump to 330 of that mix, you'll hear the engineering in the drums, and it's something I've never heard anywhere else.
I gotta go down the rabbit hole a little more. I wouldn't call myself a house aficionado enough to know to be able to differentiate that from, but I can hear how that is like house and a bit of like the Afro beat kind of sound, but I would just probably just call that house music, you know. But
Uh-huh. Yeah.
so
Yep.
yeah, but it's cool.
Yeah, man. All right, guys, I'm going to shut this down, get this recording uploaded, maybe put it on YouTube, use summarize.tech to summarize the whole thing. So we'll have it all annotated.
You said summarize dot text.
Oh, summarize.tech, TECH. If you take any YouTube URL that has subtitles, right, you can paste it into summarize.tech and it'll give you 5 minute by 5 minute summaries of all of, like auto chapter it kind of with descriptions.
Okay, I'm about to open up a space and rap in that motherfucker and let it
Yeah,
summarize my raps.
there you go. That's exactly how you could use it.
Or I could just put my music video in there with the you. Okay, all right, cool.
There you go.
Appreciate it.
All right, guys, we'll talk to you soon.